Chapter 1933, Nobody or Hero. Chapter 1933, Nobody or Hero. 10 Absolute Hell. Su Zimo's gaze was cold and his expression was dark. It had been almost a day since he entered this place. Although he had long left the battlefield and deliberately avoided many cultivators, his path forward was still treacherous and filled with killing intent. If he had not sensed danger beforehand with his spirit perception, he would have fallen into extremely perilous situations as well. He had witnessed with his own eyes how a seemingly flat and ordinary meadow suddenly turned into a swamp where a gigantic crocodile charged out and devoured dozens of cultivators. He had also witnessed a few cultivators hiding on an ancient tree, waiting for an opportunity to strike. To think that they would encounter a nest of black wasps. Thousands of black wasps were alarmed and swept past the few cultivators densely. In the blink of an eye, the few of them died in an extremely tragic manner, riddled with holes by the poison needles of the black wasps. Be it the swamp crocodile or the black wasps, they were all earth demons and were an entire major cultivation realm above the black immortals of the 10 Absolute Hell. A single black wasp was enough to kill its way through many black immortals. Who could defend against thousands of black wasps? If Su Zimo was careless and fell into the swarm of black wasps, it would be difficult for him to leave alive. Danger lurked everywhere in the 10 Absolute Hell. What made Su Zimo feel even more uncomfortable was that he was being watched at all times. Although he could not see the situation outside through the gigantic eye in the firmaments, he could sense that some people were staring at him. Suddenly, Su Zimo frowned slightly, as though he sensed something. Once again, he felt as though he was being spied on. It was faint and slightly different from the spying feeling in the firmaments. If not for his sharp spirit perception, it would have been difficult for him to detect the difference. Su Zimo did not think too much about it and continued to release his movement technique, circling around the forest without stopping. An hour later, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks once more. The feeling of being spied on did not disappear. He was targeted. Instinctively, the image of an expressionless woman in purple appeared in Su Zimo's mind. Tang Zi. Earlier on, he released heavenly feet, boundless golden light and other divine powers and secret skills. Using the environment, he changed directions continuously and almost no one of the same cultivation realm could catch up to him. However, he could not shake off the tail behind him for an hour. He reckoned that only someone who was extremely good at assassination could hide her aura almost perfectly and follow him like a leech. Su Zimo sneered internally. To think that the female assassin would choose to attack him. Su Zimo continued forward expressionlessly. City Lord's residence, Main Hall. Prince Yuanzhua stared at Su Zimo in the mirage mirror for an entire day, but he still knew nothing about this person and could not see his strength. That was because right from the beginning, this person had not fought with anyone. There was a hint of impatience in the eyes of Prince Yuanzhua and his initial interest in Su Zimo gradually faded as well. He won't be of much use if he doesn't possess any powerful methods and can only dodge continuously. Prince Yuanzhua yawned and pouted in disappointment. This person is way too boring. That's right. Lu Yu smiled. Your Highness, after a day of killing, the lowlifes who are truly capable have long stood out from the masses. Why waste your time on some nobody? Your Highness, please take a look. As I expected, Li Tian is indeed the number one of the hunting ranking. The game isn't over yet. It's still too early for the rankings to be decided, the City Lord of Absolute Thunder City at the side said. Prince Yuanzhua retracted his gaze from Su Zimo. Just as he was about to shift his attention, perfected Immortal Jingyu at the side exclaimed softly, "MMM? That lad has been targeted." What? Prince Yuanzhua asked. Perfected Immortal Jingyu pointed to the mirage mirror and said, Your Highness, please take a closer look. There's actually a figure hidden beside that ancient tree. Prince Yuanzhua narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed. In the void beside the ancient tree, there was a faint distortion and it could vaguely be recognized as a figure. However, one would not be able to notice it unless they focused their attention. It's the lesser invisibility technique. Prince Yuanzhua nodded slightly and said. Perfected Immortal Jingyu smiled. If I'm not wrong, that should be the woman who passed the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation, Tang Zi. Oh. The eyes of Prince Yuanzhua lit up. That was because he had just discovered something. Tang Zi had already targeted Su Zimo. Perfected Immortal Jingyu smiled gently. We'll know soon whether Su Zimo is a nobody or a hero. Prince Yuanzhua was invigorated and his attention landed on Su Zimo once more. At the side, Lu Yu shook his head. Even as bystanders, it's difficult for us to detect Tang Zi's presence. That lad is most likely going to die before he knows it. Prince Yuanzhua and Perfected Immortal Jingyu glared at Su Zimo for another 2 hours. This time round, even Perfected Immortal Jingyu could not hold on any longer and clenched his fist slightly. Su Zimo had been scurrying around the 10 absolute hell at an extremely fast speed aimlessly. With Tang Zi following behind, there was no chance for her to attack even if she wanted to. Under such high-speed pursuit, her essence spirit, blood qi and stamina were greatly depleted. It was already her limit to be able to maintain the lesser invisibility technique, let alone attack Su Zimo. Nothing about Su Zimo seemed to have changed in the past 2 hours, as though he did not notice anything. However, Tang Zi had expended a lot of energy. There were even a few times when she could barely sustain the lesser invisibility technique and was almost exposed. With a frustrated expression, Prince Yuanzhua gulped down a large cup of spirit tea. What is that person trying to do running around inside? I really want to go in and slap him to death. Perfected Immortal Jingyu took a deep breath and composed himself. Your Highness, please calm down and wait a little longer. Right then, Su Zimo's speed finally slowed down. Before long, he stopped in front of a cave filled with fresh blood and corpses. A grade 9 earth demon, the Flying Tiger Lion, resided in the cave. About 4 hours ago, hundreds of cultivators passed by this place and alarmed this beast. The Flying Tiger Lion came out of seclusion and went on a massacre. Hundreds of cultivators died here and the cave became empty after the beast left. Through the mirage mirror, Su Zimo could be seen lingering at the entrance of the cave for a while, as though he was probing carefully. Before long, Su Zimo entered the cave and disappeared from the mirage mirror. Prince Yuanzhua and Perfected Immortal Jingyu were stunned for a moment and exchanged glances. Through the gigantic mirage eye in the firmaments, the mirage mirror could reflect everything in the 10 absolute hell. However, in a cave like this, some secluded places or blind spots could not be exposed completely. Since the mirage eye could not see it, it naturally could not appear on the mirage mirror. In other words, Su Zimo was temporarily free from the surveillance of the many exalted immortals in the city lord's residence. Prince Yuanzhua was looking forward to the battle between Tang Zi and Su Zimo. To think that Su Zimo would enter the cave and they would not be able to see anything. Prince Yuanzhua opened his mouth and almost fainted from the pent-up anger in his chest. Chapter 1934, Fight. Chapter 1934, Fight. Don't worry, Your Highness. Perfected Immortal Jingyu said, there's no second exit in this cave. Once Su Zimo enters this place, it's equivalent to having no way out and he can no longer run around. It's a good thing. Suddenly, the city lord of Absolute Thunder City said, Tang Zi followed in as well. That lad has nowhere to run this time round. There's going to be a good show to watch. Lu Yu chuckled. Displeasure filled Prince Yuanzhua's face as he harumphed coldly. What's the use of having nowhere to run? I want to know how strong that lad is and see the two of them fight. Now that the two of them are in the cave, what good can there be to watch? Prince Yuanzhua asked repeatedly. Lu Yu looked embarrassed and smiled awkwardly, not daring to say anything. At the side, perfected Immortal Jing Yu persuaded softly, Your Highness, please calm down. All we have to do is wait and see. If Tang Zi comes out of this cave eventually, it means that Su Zimo is already dead. A dead man is worthless and not worth your attention, Your Highness. If Su Zimo can leave this place alive, it will at least prove that he is not weaker than Tang Zi and is worthy of our attention. All right. Prince Yuanzhua nodded and gradually calmed down. 10 Absolute Hell. Tang Zi came to the entrance of the flying tiger lion and paused for a moment. Although she was expressionless, she was hesitant internally. Among the 100,000 black immortals that entered the 10 Absolute Hell this time round, the only one she could not see through was the green-robed cultivator earlier on. To her, this person was an indeterminate factor and a threat. It would naturally be best if she could get rid of him if she had the chance. However, she had chased him the entire way and it was already her limit to be able to keep up with this person. She did not have any chance to attack at all. Initially, Tang Zi was extremely confident that she would not be discovered given her capabilities. But now, she was hesitant as she looked at the entrance of the cave. What is that person doing in the cave? Could that person have already discovered my tracks and has been toying with me the entire way? The moment that thought crossed Tang Zi's mind, she rejected it. Impossible. Tang Zi thought to herself, everyone is being watched by the Mirage Eye and my aura is mixed in. How can this person tell? She took a deep breath and no longer let her imagination run wild. Even so, she was still extremely cautious. Her master had once warned her that when one cultivated the Tao of assassination, life and death was fleeting and there could be no mistakes. Tang Zi came to the side of the cave and helped a black immortal corpse up. She hid behind the black immortal corpse and controlled it freely. It was as though the corpse had been resurrected. If one were to look at it head-on, they would not be able to see that there was someone hidden behind the corpse. Tang Zi channeled her lesser invisibility technique once more and vanished with the corpse, entering the cave silently. The cave was dark and deep without much light. Even with her eyesight, her visibility was extremely limited. After walking for a while, Tang Zi stopped in her tracks. Not far ahead, a blurry figure could vaguely be seen. It was the green-robed cultivator. At that moment, the green-robed cultivator's back was facing her as he walked extremely slowly, as though he was taking a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, the green-robed cultivator's figure flashed and he seemed to have vanished from the spot. In such a dark space, it was easy to hallucinate. Ordinary cultivators would definitely blink and observe carefully. However, Tang Zi cultivated the Tao of assassination and her perception of the outside world was no longer based on her 5 senses. More than that, she relied on her instinct to avoid danger. The moment the green-robed cultivator's figure flashed, Tang Zi's heart skipped a beat and her hairs stood on end. This is bad, I've been discovered. Without hesitation, Tang Zi controlled the corpse in front of her and turned around. She curled up and hid behind the corpse completely. Before she completed her action, the green-robed cultivator had already appeared behind her and suddenly slapped down. Bang! The palm landed on the head of the corpse. Instantly, Tang Zi heard the sound of bones cracking. She controlled the corpse and could clearly sense that the bones of the black immortal corpse were almost shattered by that palm strike. What terrifying power! Tang Zi was secretly speechless. If she had not been prepared and blocked the corpse in front of her, she would not have been able to withstand the power of that palm strike with her body. She could not figure out how she revealed any openings that the green-robed cultivator discovered. She could not understand how this person could suddenly teleport beside her and kill her. Under such circumstances, she no longer had the energy to think about those questions. Retreat. There was only a single thought in Tang Zi's mind. After missing her attack, she had to flee 1,000 miles away without any hesitation. Tang Zi made use of the corpse to defend against the sure-kill attack. Without any pause, her initially curled-up body suddenly bounced back and she sped towards the depths of the cave like an arrow. The entire process happened in a flash. When Su Zimo suddenly attacked, Tang Zi fled far away at an astonishing speed. He was not surprised that Tang Zi could avoid this attack. However, he was slightly surprised that Tang Zi did not choose to retreat towards the entrance of the cave. Time was tight and Su Zimo did not have time to think about the reason. He did not know if there was a second exit in the depths of the cave. However, if Tang Zi were to escape from the cave and he chased after her to suppress her, he would definitely be exposed to the gigantic eye in the firmaments. The reason why Su Zimo lured Tang Zi into the cave before making a move was because he wanted to escape from the surveillance outside and did not want to expose too many of his trump cards. If Tang Zi were to leave this place, it would be difficult for him to attack. Worried that something might happen, Su Zimo made a prompt decision and did not chase. Instead, he released the second flash of the True Dragon 9 flashes. Swoosh! Su Zimo vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Tang Zi. With a burning gaze, Su Zimo reached out and grabbed Tang Zi's head. However, the moment he attacked, Tang Zi's figure flashed and vanished from the spot as well. In its place was the corpse whose bones were shattered by Su Zimo earlier on. It's the lesser divine power, Nether Swap. Su Zimo was shocked. Tang Zi was prepared. When she controlled the corpse to enter the cave, apart from defending against his first attack, she even made use of the corpse to release a lesser divine power, Nether Swap, to escape from his control once more. Su Zimo finally understood why Tang Zi fled towards the depths of the cave. This was merely an illusion created by Tang Zi intentionally. Her true goal was to leave through the entrance. At that moment, Tang Zi had successfully lured Su Zimo into the depths of the cave. However, with Nether Swap, she exchanged positions with the corpse and was now even closer to the entrance of the cave. The mental warfare between the two of them was even more dangerous than a head-on clash. If the many exalted immortals of the City Lord's residence saw this, they would be shocked at the combat talent and techniques displayed by the two of them. Chapter 1935, Subduing. Chapter 1935, Subduing. Su Zimo saw through Tang Zi's tracks and lured her into the dark cave, making use of the True Dragon 9 flashes to strike first. Tang Zi lost the initiative and nearly died. However, in the blink of an eye, she made use of her shocking reaction speed and psychological warfare to regain the initiative and escape towards the entrance of the cave. Su Zimo glared at Tang Zi's back view and his gaze intensified. In a flash, he vanished from the spot once more. The third flash. After cultivating for more than 1,000 years in the mine outside Glass City, apart from his cultivation advancement, he had also raised the True Dragon 9 flashes to level 3 and could flash 3 times in succession. Ever since Su Zimo cultivated this secret skill, it was extremely rare for anyone of the same cultivation realm to force him to use level 2. Let alone 3 consecutive flashes to deal with a single person. Given the current situation, even if Su Zimo used the innate divine power of the Golden Rock, he could not suppress Tang Zi before she left the cave. If Tang Zi were to leave the cave, even if Su Zimo could chase after her, it would go against his original intentions of hiding from the surveillance of the outsiders. Left with no choice, Su Zimo activated the True Dragon 9 flashes once more and descended before Tang Zi. The moment he attacked, he used the Great Chaos Essence Palm. The seemingly fair and tender palm seemed to have transformed into a gigantic millstone that released an extremely terrifying grinding and distortion power. The entire cave turned suffocating. However, Tang Zi did not stop at all. There was still no emotion on her cold face and her gaze was frighteningly calm. Su Zimo could not help but exclaim internally. Such a strong mental fortitude was indeed extraordinary. Tang Zi was the most terrifying assassin he had encountered up till this point of his cultivation. Suddenly, Tang Zi extended her hands and blocked Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm. Her palm flipped slightly in a subtle manner that was almost imperceptible. However, the moment Tang Zi's palm was about to collide with the great chaos essence palm, a dark black dagger appeared in each of her hands. The two daggers did not reveal any light and fused into the darkness almost perfectly. What was even more frightening was that neither Tang Zi nor the two daggers revealed any killing intent. In other words, if Su Zimo did not have his spirit perception, he wouldn't be able to sense the attack even if it was right by him if he had his eyes closed. For an assassin to cultivate to such an extent was way too terrifying. Furthermore, this was Tang Zi's first time witnessing the true Dragon 9 flashes and she was already caught off guard, losing the initiative. However, in the blink of an eye, not only did that person avoid Su Zimo's pursuit 3 times, she even calmed down rapidly and counterattacked with such a sharp killing move. Even with his strong mental fortitude, combat talent and adaptability, Su Zimo was amazed. After his ascension to the upper world, this was the first person within the same cultivation realm who made him feel threatened. Under normal circumstances, given the current strength and toughness of the Green Lotus true body, it was enough to take on any connate black-grade dermic treasure head-on. However, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless against this terrifying assassin and her twin daggers. At that moment, it was too late for him to summon the Hell Suppression Tripod. Su Zimo changed tactics at the last minute and dispelled the force of the Great Chaos Essence palm. His arms were like the trunk of a divine elephant. His palms seemed weak as he placed them on the dark daggers and suddenly exerted strength. The power technique of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Tang Zi felt a spinning, twisting and trembling power. Her hands could not hold on to the dark daggers and they were about to fly out of her hands. Even so, her eyes were still expressionless. Suddenly, Tang Zi opened her mouth slightly. An extremely ear-piercing sound burst forth from her lips like a sharp dagger that wanted to penetrate one's eardrums. A sound domain attack. The moment Tang Zi spoke, Su Zimo sensed something and spoke at the same time, letting out a loud dragon roar from the depths of his throat. Roar. That voice was terrifying and shuddering, containing a supreme will that surpassed all living beings. The entire cave trembled. Dragon Roar Secret Skill. Without the Dragon Phoenix True Body, it was difficult for the Green Lotus True Body to release a powerful sound domain secret skill like the Dragon Phoenix Roar. However, in Dragon Abyss City, he once used the corpse of an Azure Dragon to fight against the perfected Immortals and comprehended the technique of the Azure Dragon Roar. Thereafter, he fused the Azure Dragon and Dragon Phoenix Roar together with Thunderclap Kill that he had once cultivated before creating a Dragon Roar secret skill that was suitable for the Green Lotus True Body. When released, this secret skill was even stronger and more terrifying than the pure roar of the Azure Dragon or Dragon Phoenix. The Dragon Roar secret skill burst forth and suppressed Tang Zi's sound domain secret skill, shattering it. Both parties were extremely close. At that distance, Tang Zi received the most impact. Tang Zi shuddered slightly in a daze and the power in her palm dissipated slightly. Right then, Su Zimo exerted strength in his palm and snatched the two dark daggers over. He crossed his hands and held them against Tang Zi's neck. At that moment, Tang Zi had also recovered from Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill. Unfortunately, it was too late. With her daggers hanging by her neck, she knew very well that although the green-robed cultivator before her looked frail, he was absolutely decisive to kill. If she made any strange movements, she would definitely die on the spot. Although the entire process sounded slow, it only took a few breaths. The two of them fought, tested the waters and battled for a few rounds. Both had the advantage at times and even made use of sound domain secret skills. In the end, Su Zimo still edged ahead and won. The dust had settled. Su Zimo looked at the woman before him and heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was a short exchange, his understanding of this female assassin refreshed continuously. This woman was even more troublesome to deal with than he had imagined. At such a close distance, his Dragon Roar secret skill could even kill cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, the female assassin recovered in the blink of an eye, albeit with a slightly pale expression. Without a strong physique and bloodline, there was no way anyone could withstand his Dragon Roar secret skill. Given this woman's body, even if she did not use any assassination methods, not many of the Black Immortals outside could defend against her head-on. Even though she was already in Su Zimo's hands and her fate was not in her control, Tang Zi's expression did not change at all and her gaze was calm. It was only then that Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his palm as fresh blood flowed down slowly. What a sharp dagger! Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Earlier on, he used the technique of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness to grab the dark daggers but was still injured by them. If he had not changed his move, his palm would have been pierced by the dark daggers with ease. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. A thin blood scar had already appeared on Tang Zi's neck and fresh blood flowed down slowly along her snow-white skin. He did not use any strength at all, but Tang Zi's neck was already cut by the dark daggers. However, Tang Zi seemed as though she could not sense it and was still expressionless. There seemed to be nothing in this world that could move her. Even life and death. Chapter 1936, Manipulating Fate. Chapter 1936, Manipulating Fate. City Lord's residence. The cave earlier on seemed to have trembled. Perfected Immortal Jingyu frowned slightly, unsure. The tremble earlier on was triggered by Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill. Although the exalted Immortals of the City Lord's residence could see the situation in the 10 absolute hell through the Mirage Eye, they could not hear anything inside. It was even more impossible for perfected Immortal Jingyu to know that the two people in the cave had already fought with an outcome in that short period of time. Prince Yuanzuo waved it off and said disinterestedly, "You keep watch first and let me know if anything happens, I'll check out the others." He could not see what was going on in the cave and was naturally bored staring at the entrance. 10 absolute hell. Su Zimo gripped the dark daggers with both hands and held them against Tang Zi's neck without removing them. He knew very well what this female assassin was capable of. If he relaxed slightly, he might be counterattacked by this woman. "Why did you come looking for me?" Su Zimo asked. Tang Zi was expressionless and remained silent. Suddenly, Su Zimo smiled. From the looks of it, the female assassin had no intention of speaking. Even with her daggers hanging by her neck, the woman was not afraid at all and did not even look at him. "How about this?" Su Zimo said deeply, "Let's make a deal. I can let you go, but you have to answer my questions." Seemingly moved, Tang Zi glanced at Su Zimo but remained silent. Su Zimo smiled. "Of course, if it involves any secrets that are inconvenient for you to speak about, you can choose not to. Also, if I promise to let you off, I won't go back on my words." With that said, Su Zimo put away the dark daggers and retreated a few steps to show his sincerity. This time round, Tang Zi was surprised once more. However, her expression was still extremely calm and no one could read her thoughts. The reason why she noticed Su Zimo was because she could not read him. This was a variable for her. She had another motive for coming this time round. Therefore, she did not want this variable to affect her plans. Secondly, she had been following him the entire time and was increasingly curious about him. Apart from her, all the Black Immortals who entered the 10 absolute hell had the same goal, to kill as many as possible and squeeze into the hunting ranking. However, this person roamed around the entire day without killing a single person. The strangest thing was that this person seemed to be avoiding others intentionally. In fact, he could even sense danger beforehand and avoid the habitat of some earth demons. If it was outside, Tang Zi would have had sufficient patience to stay behind Su Zimo the entire time, even if it was for a year or 10 years. In the past, in order to assassinate an Earth Immortal, she had once waited patiently for hundreds of years to ensure that nothing went wrong. A single attack. Without such a temperament, she would not have grown to her current state. However, she did not have that much time in the 10 Absolute Hell to observe this person's habits, cultivation, combat strength and methods. She had something more important. The simplest way was to kill this variable. That was the reason for the clash in the cave earlier on. However, Tang Zi's attack this time round also dealt a huge blow to herself. Up till this point of her cultivation, she had never tasted defeat among her peers. Even if she were to fight head-on, no one was her match. If she used many assassination methods and secret skills, she could even kill Earth Immortals across major cultivation realms. However, this time round, an unassuming and frail scholar managed to restrain her within a few breaths in the 10 Absolute Hell. Who was this person? What was the movement technique that this person had used previously that was close to teleportation? Why was the sound domain secret skill released by this person so similar to the dragon roar? How could it release such a terrifying might and will? What sort of physique and bloodline did this person have such that even she was suppressed? Actually, Tang Zi had even more questions, but she did not reveal it. At that moment, she was tempted when she heard Su Zimo's suggestion. However, her expression was still calm. I want to ask you some questions as well. Of course, you can choose not to say anything if it involves secrets. All right. Su Zimo nodded in agreement. Why did you enter the 10 Absolute Hell but not fight? Tang Zi asked before Su Zimo could. In her opinion, given Su Zimo's capabilities, it would not be difficult for him to enter the top 10 of the hunting ranking. We're all people who ascended from the lower worlds and have never met before. We don't have any deep feud, so I'm unwilling to attack. Su Zimo paused for a moment. Furthermore, it wasn't my intention to enter the 10 Absolute Hell. I was chosen and brought here. Tang Zi shook her head. Everyone has no choice after entering the 10 Absolute Hell. It's impossible for you to stay out of it. Perhaps. Su Zimo replied indifferently, however, I'm not willing to be manipulated by others. Back then, when he entered the cultivation world, it was to alter his fate. Later on, because of Su Hong's death, the citizens of the country of Yen were destitute and homeless. He even made a vow to change the fates of the masses. He had to control his own fate and would definitely not let others manipulate, control or even toy with it. Ever since Su Zimo entered the 10 Absolute Hell, he had been looking for an opportunity to break free from the invisible shackles on his body. Although he seemed like he was scurrying around, his true goal was to check out the environment, terrain and even the secrets within this prison. Both Absolute Thunder City and the 10 Absolute Hell were quite odd. There was a high chance there were secrets hidden within them. Not willing to be manipulated by others. Tang Zi murmured softly and looked at Su Zimo deeply. Over the years, countless black immortals of the lower worlds had entered the 10 Absolute Hell, but no one could say that. Perhaps some people resisted or were indignant, but in the end, nothing was left behind. Tang Zi said, even if you're unwilling, it's useless. If you want to leave the 10 Absolute Hell alive, you can only kill your way into the hunting ranking. There's no other way. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, what happens to cultivators who survive till the end but don't enter the hunting ranking? Death. Tang Zi said, there are many earth demons in the 10 Absolute Hell. Because this place is isolated from essence chi and there's no way to cultivate, these earth demons usually sleep. But now, the arrival of 100,000 black immortals has already alarmed these earth demons. After all the earth demons in the 10 Absolute Hell awaken, none of the black immortals that remain here will survive. Su Zimo's expression was as cold as ever. Without asking, he could guess that the earth demons were definitely left behind by the exalted immortals outside. Not only did they want the 100,000 black immortals to kill one another, they even wanted these black immortals to face the danger of being hunted and devoured by earth demons at any moment. "What's up with that eye in the firmaments?" Su Zimo asked again. "That's the mirage eye." Tang Zi said, "In the city lord's residence outside, there will be a mirage mirror at this moment. Through the mirage eye, the situation in the 10 absolute hell will be revealed for the city lords and exalted immortals to watch and be entertained." Those were not secrets, and Tang Zi naturally did not hide them and told the truth. Chapter 1937, Prisoners. Chapter 1937, Prisoners. Entertained? Watch? Hee hee. Su Zimo grinned and his expression darkened with a cold gaze. Those exalted immortals could gather them with ease and place them in a space like a group of reared beasts for them to be killed wantonly as a form of joy. This was not a hunting meet or a fair opportunity. This was a hunting game that was meticulously prepared by the exalted immortals. The black immortals that entered the 10 absolute hell were only the prey of the exalted immortals. The true hunters were the high and mighty city lords and exalted immortals outside. Su Zimo believed that even if the 100 black immortals on the hunting ranking could leave the 10 absolute hell alive, it would be difficult for them to stand out in the future. In the dark cave, Tang Zi's heart skipped a beat and she shuddered when she saw Su Zimo's smile. Even when her daggers were hanging by her neck and her life was hanging by a thread, she was not afraid. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt that Su Zimo's gaze was a little scary. "How often does a hunting meet like this take place?" Su Zimo asked. Tang Zi said, "Under normal circumstances, it's held once every 10,000 years. However, only a few thousand years have passed since the previous hunting meet. I don't know why it's suddenly brought forward." Su Zimo thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Apart from for the exalted immortals to enjoy, is there any other purpose for this hunting meet?" Tang Zi's expression changed slightly, but she did not reply. Su Zimo realized that there was a high chance that this matter had touched on some secret. Even if he asked, there would be no result. At that thought, Su Zimo changed the topic and asked, "I took a spin around the 10 absolute hell and discovered that there's a large area in the center of this prison that's a little strange. There are no living beings around and even the earth demons in the prison are far away. What's going on there?" It was more like a forbidden ground. Su Zimo could sense an extremely strong sense of danger that far surpassed the threat of an earth demon. Therefore, he merely looked from afar and did not approach. "That's the center of the 10 absolute hell and also the forbidden ground." Tang Zi said, "In that area, there are 10 shocking immortal formations that can seal the world. Among them, the Howling Wind Formation, Frost Formation, Golden Light Formation, Blood Transformation Formation, Raging Flame Formation, Dejected Soul Formation, Flood Formation and Red Silk Formation are arranged in 8 directions and seal the surroundings. Finally, the Heaven Absolute Formation and Earth Splitter Formation seals the 2 exits of heaven and earth, forming an impenetrable prison. Nobody can enter, let alone get out. Even if a heaven demon were to barge into the formation, they would die within a few breaths, let alone an earth demon. The meaning of 10 absolute is to sever the path of life and death by all means." Su Zimo was shocked. So, the origin of the 10 absolute hell was because of the 10 formations. Sealing heaven and earth with absolutely no chance of survival, this 10 absolute formation is way too vicious. "Who is suppressed within?" Su Zimo asked in a deep voice. Tang Zi remained silent. Just as Su Zimo thought that Tang Zi would not speak, she suddenly said, "Around hundreds of thousands of years ago, someone ascended from the lower world. That person's talent and endowment are unparalleled in the world. Although he was from the lower worlds, he only used a short 2,000 years to break through to become an Earth Immortal and was ranked at the top of the Earth ranking. 6,000 years later, he advanced to become a Heaven Immortal and became one of the youngest Heaven Immortals in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain. Thereafter, he obtained the number 1 of the Heaven ranking at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet and became the number 1 Heaven Immortal of the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, becoming famous. Although Su Zimo did not know what the Heaven and Earth rankings were, he was slightly engrossed. As someone from the lower worlds, one would have to experience countless dangers and difficulties if they wanted to cultivate in the upper world. It was truly not easy for this person to obtain such accomplishments. Tang Zi continued, anyone who can obtain the top of the Heaven and Earth ranking will definitely be able to advance to become a perfected immortal. Furthermore, that person was highly regarded by the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor and was accepted as a legacy disciple. He was from the lower worlds but was accepted by an Immortal Emperor of the Divine Firmament Immortal domain. It was clear how strong this person was. Tang Zi paused for a moment. At the 9 Firmament Immortal domain meet, this person suppressed everyone and defeated all the paragons and monster incarnates of the various immortal domains. He was invincible among perfected immortals and obtained the number 1 of the perfected immortal ranking, being conferred the title of a supreme perfected immortal. Supreme meant that there was nothing more superior. Nobody could be above him, that was supreme. Even though Tang Zi described it extremely calmly without any emotional fluctuation, the narrated experience still made one's blood boil and scalp tingle. Could that supreme perfected immortal of the past be suppressed in this 10 absolute hell? Su Zimo could not help but ask. Tang Zi remained silent as a silent acknowledgement. Su Zimo shook his head gently. It was truly hard to imagine how such a paragon could fall from grace and end up in such a state. How could this be? Su Zimo asked with a frown. Tang Zi said, this supreme perfected immortal came from the lower worlds. Therefore, he had a strong ideological conflict with the native exalted immortal experts of the upper world. This supreme perfected immortal felt that all living beings in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, be it from the lower worlds or upper world, should be treated equally. He advocated giving living beings of the lower world sufficient cultivation resources so that living beings that ascend from the lower worlds can obtain a relatively fair opportunity. He once made the decision to pass down recipes of immortal pills such as the essence condensation and major essence condensation pills. He wanted to establish an immortal kingdom that could provide for the living beings of the lower worlds to cultivate without being bullied by other exalted immortals. At that point, Su Zimo felt a sense of reverence. It was nothing much if he merely obtained the title of a supreme perfected immortal. However, it was extremely rare to possess such magnanimity. Tang Zi continued, at that time, there was no great gene immortal kingdom and no immortal king ruled over this territory. There were a few immortal kings under the 9 Firmament Immortal Emperor who wanted to become kings here. In the end, there were only 2 left. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The current Great Gene Immortal King was one of them. Tang Zi nodded. The other one was this supreme perfected immortal. However, he had yet to advance to the Immortal King realm at that time. He was qualified because everyone knew that given his talent, he would definitely become a top-tier expert among immortal kings once he was conferred the title of king. This supreme perfected immortal wanted to establish an immortal kingdom of his own to protect the living beings of the lower worlds. Therefore, he forcefully broke through and wanted to be conferred the title of king as soon as possible to fight against King Jin. Did something happen during this period of time? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. Tang Zi said, at a critical juncture of his seclusion cultivation, he was plotted against and failed his breakthrough. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and froze on the spot. That short statement revealed endless sadness, helplessness, despair and indignance. There was also an unimaginable blood storm. King Jin attacked? Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly. The greatest beneficiary of this matter was the current Great Gene Immortal King. The greatest possibility was that the Great Gene Immortal King felt threatened and killed that threat in advance. King Gene was not the one who attacked. Tang Zi said, "The person who attacked has a status in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom right now. He's beneath a single person and above everyone else. He's King Tianhuang, who established the execution guards single-handedly." Chapter 1938, This Path is Not Severed. Chapter 1938, This Path is Not Severed. King Tianhuang. Su Zimo sneered. The eventual beneficiary of this matter was King Jin. King Tianhuang plotted against this prisoner but did not receive any punishment and was instead highly regarded by King Jin. The latter was definitely involved in this. Now that he heard such a shocking secret, apart from astonishment, Su Zimo still had some doubts. Is this 10 absolute formation truly so powerful that it can trap a supreme perfected immortal? Su Zimo frowned and asked, even if this expert was plotted against and failed his breakthrough, he's still a supreme perfected immortal. As long as his cultivation is still present, his Tao will not be destroyed. At that point, his expression changed, as though he realized something and could not continue. Tang Zi nodded. You're right. When that person broke through, he was ambushed by King Tianhuang and was severely injured. King Tianhuang was worried that this person would seek revenge on him after recovering, so he shattered the latter's Tao fruit. Su Zimo was shocked. Back in the lower worlds, he had come into contact with the Tao fruit through Daiyu. Su Zimo did not know much about the Tao fruit. He only knew that the Tao fruit was the foundation and essence of a perfected immortal. The shattering of the Tao fruit meant that one's cultivation would be destroyed overnight. There was no possibility of one cultivating again in the future. This was a huge blow for cultivators. If they were merely dispirited and relegated to ordinariness, it would still be a good ending. If their Tao hearts collapsed and their essence spirits deteriorated, they wouldn't be able to live for long. How long has this senior been imprisoned for? Su Zimo asked. Several 100,000 years. Tang Zi said indifferently, this absolute Thunder City and 10 absolute Hell were built for him. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. However, the news he heard earlier on was way too shocking and he did not think too much about it. He was imprisoned here for hundreds of thousands of years and even lost his Tao fruit. He must have died a long time ago. Su Zimo shook his head gently. Even a normal person would not be able to withstand the blow of being suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years, let alone losing their Tao fruit. Dark without daylight and a bleak future, surrounded by endless loneliness and humiliation at every moment. The pain was unimaginable. Perhaps. Tang Zi replied indifferently. Su Zimo said angrily, King Tianhuang has already crippled this person's Tao fruit and yet he wants to imprison him here for the rest of his life. He's way too vicious. Tang Zi did not say anything. However, an imperceptible sadness flashed through the depths of her eyes and disappeared quickly. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of an answer. That was a question that Tang Zi did not answer when he asked her earlier on. The hunting meet had been held for so many years. Apart from providing entertainment for the exalted immortals outside, what other motives did it have? When he found out about the secret from hundreds of thousands of years ago, Su Zimo realized that there was a more important purpose for this hunting meet. It was to humiliate the previous supreme perfected immortal and destroy his Tao heart. Since you want to establish an immortal kingdom to protect the living beings of the lower worlds, I'll let you witness them killing one another in the 10 absolute Hell. I'll let you witness the living beings of the lower worlds being manipulated by us like a bunch of reared beasts while you're helpless. I'll let you endure this mental torment for all eternity. I'll let your beliefs crumble so that your Tao heart will collapse. The 10 absolute formation was not the only thing that imprisoned this supreme perfected immortal. it was also the blood and corpses of many cultivators of the lower worlds who had died on this land for hundreds of thousands of years. This was 10,000 times more sinister than killing or being imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years. Su Zimo shuddered just thinking about it. Tang Zi said, actually, be it Absolute Thunder City, 10 Absolute Hell or the hunting meat, there's another meaning to it. That's to intimidate all cultivators and living beings. Anyone who has the same thought of establishing an immortal kingdom for the living beings of the lower worlds will end up like this supreme perfected immortal. King Tianhuang is telling the world that whoever steps onto this path along the tracks of this supreme perfected immortal will die. Tang Zi said, the facts have proven that King Tianhuang succeeded. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one in divine Firmament Mainland dared to stand out and speak up for the living beings of the lower worlds. Once that supreme perfected immortal failed, this path was severed. Suddenly, Su Zimo said, this path is not severed. Tang Zi glanced sideways. Su Zimo said slowly, I'll continue on this path. Even if it's severed, I can repair it. You can't continue. The path ahead is already severed. If you take another half a step forward, you'll be in a bottomless abyss. Tang Zi shook her head gently. Su Zimo said, even if the path ahead is a bottomless abyss, I'm fearless. Even if I fall into pieces, I have no regrets. Tang Zi's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Su Zimo in disbelief. At that moment, Su Zimo's tone was resolute and his gaze was firm. The light released from his eyes seemed to surpass the stars and the sun and moon. Su Zimo felt a strong sense of injustice. Back in Tianhuang Mainland, when he saw how all living beings in the world could not cultivate and were bullied by cultivators and slaughtered by fiend demons, he had this same strong sense of injustice. At that time, he made a vow to establish the martial Tao and bless all living beings. This time round, Su Zimo wanted to change the fate of the living beings of the lower worlds. That was because he was from the lower worlds. Monkey, the spirit tiger, Ching Ching, night spirit, little fox, the golden lion, these siblings of his were also from the lower worlds. Baiming Shui and Carefree, his two disciples, were from the lower worlds as well. All his old friends had ascended from the lower worlds. He could empathize with the bullying, injustice and suffering of the living beings of the lower worlds. When he heard about the experience of this supreme perfected immortal, Su Zimo could no longer suppress the sense of injustice in his heart. If I feel unjust, I'll quell this injustice completely. I'm Desolate Marshal from the lower worlds. One day, I'll create a pure land for the living beings of the lower worlds. Su Zimo clenched his fists and said slowly, in the future, I'm going to let all living beings of the upper world know of Desolate Marshal's name. Why you? Tang Zi was indignant and wanted to say something to attack Su Zimo. However, at that moment, the heroic aura that Su Zimo displayed gave her an indescribable feeling. For a moment, she froze on the spot and merely looked at Su Zimo in a daze. A moment later, as though she realized something, she turned around hurriedly and whispered, "You're far from that." Su Zimo knew that the path to the upper world would be even more difficult and dangerous. Given his current strength, it was extremely difficult for him to even have his own place in the great Gene Immortal Kingdom, let alone establish a pure land. This prisoner was once extremely talented. However, in the end, he ended up in such a state where he was worse off than dead. As Tang Zi had said, he was way too far from that. The cave fell into a long silence. Su Zimo and Tang Zi stood opposite one another, deep in their own thoughts. Neither of them spoke. Sigh. Suddenly, Su Zimo heard a sigh. That sigh was ancient and seemed to have descended from the sands of time, carrying a deep emotion that moved one. Chapter 1939, Someone from Tianhuang Mainland. Chapter 1939, Someone from Tianhuang Mainland. The sigh seemed extremely sudden in the quiet cave. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he tensed up with a guarded expression. The sigh clearly came from a man and not Tang Zi. Could there be someone else in the cave? He had conversed with Tang Zi in the cave for so long but he did not notice this person's existence. Su Zimo looked at Tang Zi. The latter had a calm expression and there was nothing unusual about her, as though she had not heard the sigh at all. Releasing his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo scanned the cave carefully but to no avail. The sigh did not seem to have come from the cave. Instead, it sounded in his mind. Stop searching. I'm not there. The old and mysterious voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind once more. Who are you? Su Zimo did not say anything and merely asked with his spirit consciousness. Who am I? Who am I? The mysterious person murmured softly but did not reply. He merely sighed emotionally. To think that I would be able to see someone from Tianhuang Mainland after so many years. Su Zimo was shocked. It had been more than 1,000 years since he ascended to the upper world and he had never mentioned to anyone which minor kiliacosm he came from or Tianhuang Mainland. However, this mysterious person exposed his background with a single sentence. Why you? Instantly, countless questions filled Su Zimo's mind. He could not react in time and did not know where to start. You don't have to be nervous. The mysterious person said, I can recognize your background because I'm also from Tianhuang Mainland. Su Zimo was dumbfounded. He had not expected to encounter someone from Tianhuang Mainland here. Furthermore, the methods of this mysterious person seemed to have far surpassed the scope of a black immortal. There was a high chance that he was a senior from Tianhuang Mainland who ascended before him. Of course, even so, Su Zimo was still extremely cautious and did not believe it easily. Even if you're from Tianhuang Mainland, how did you recognize that I'm from Tianhuang Mainland? Su Zimo asked instead. The mysterious person said, the great chaos essence palm you used earlier was created by the Essence Emperor. He has his own legacy sect in Tianhuang Mainland called Chaos Essence Sect. I wonder if it's still around. At that point, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. Anyone who could recount those past events accurately was definitely someone from Tianhuang Mainland. Right then, the mysterious person continued, I sensed a familiar aura from the sound domain secret skill you released earlier on. You should have cultivated a cultivation technique, the Void Thunder Manual. Su Zimo was even more surprised. His Dragon Roar secret skill was indeed fused with some of the secret skills of Thunderclap Kill. To think that this mysterious person would be able to deduce his cultivation technique with a single secret skill. Just as Su Zimo was startled, the mysterious person continued, I left the Void Thunder Manual in Tianhuang Mainland as a legacy before I ascended. Ah! Su Zimo's expression changed starkly as he bolted upright, almost losing his voice. You are. Sensing Su Zimo's abnormality, Tang Zi was a little nervous as well. Retreating, she widened the distance between them and glared at Su Zimo, asking, What are you doing? Su Zimo realized that he had lost his composure and took a deep breath to compose himself. He could not be blamed. What he heard earlier on had truly shocked him immensely. He had not expected to encounter someone from Tianhuang Mainland here. More than that, he had not expected that the person he encountered in Tianhuang Mainland would be the legendary Thunder Emperor who had ascended to the upper world in the same era as the Eternal Human Emperor. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of a possibility. He looked at Tang Zi and asked, Is the person trapped in the 10 Absolute Formation good at using thunder techniques? That's right. Tang Zi said. At that moment, many things gradually became clear before Su Zimo's eyes. The prisoner Tang Zi mentioned earlier on, that Supreme Perfected Immortal, was the Thunder Emperor of Tianhuang Mainland. The reason why Absolute Thunder City severed all power of thunder was also to suppress the Thunder Emperor. With a stern expression, Su Zimo bowed deeply in the direction of the 10 Absolute Formation. What are you doing? Tang Zi was puzzled when she saw Su Zimo's strange behavior and asked. Su Zimo did not explain. His bow was not only because he cultivated the Void Thunder Manual or because of the fact that the Thunder Emperor fought for the human race back in the ancient era in Tianhuang Mainland. More than that, it was because of everything the Thunder Emperor did in the upper world. It was for his magnanimity and boldness. Well done on saying those words earlier on, as expect of someone from Tianhuang Mainland. The Thunder Emperor's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. However, it's better for you to not continue on this path. This path is way too difficult. Throughout history, countless living beings of the lower worlds have tried but failed. In fact, many people disappeared into the sands of time without a trace. Su Zimo was silent. He understood that the Thunder Emperor's persuasion was out of goodwill. Nobody knew better than the Thunder Emperor how difficult this path was. That was the reason why he could say that. The Thunder Emperor could tell that Su Zimo was a rare genius. However, he had roamed the upper world for many years and had seen all sorts of geniuses. He persuaded Su Zimo to turn back and not step onto this path because he did not want to see this person of Tianhuang Mainland strike a stone with an egg in a moment of passion and die prematurely on this path filled with corpses. However, although Su Zimo had heard of the Thunder Emperor, the latter did not know him. He did not understand Su Zimo nor did he know the latter's personality. More than that, he did not know that Su Zimo had once established the martial Tao in the lower world and blessed all living beings. Known as the Eternal Martial Emperor, his accomplishments even surpassed the human emperor. Su Zimo did not explain either. The Thunder Emperor continued, apart from me, there was also Lin Zhan who ascended from Tianhuang Mainland back then. He ascended to the Green Firmament Immortal domain and became an immortal king before me. He was even highly regarded by Green Firmament Immortal Emperor and was conferred the title of Battle King. I've been imprisoned here all these years and no longer have any news of him. However, I believe that with his methods and strength, he will definitely be able to establish an immortal kingdom in the Green Firmament Immortal domain. Although Brother Lin and I are not in the same immortal domain, we have the same ideals and beliefs. If you have the chance to head to the Green Firmament Immortal domain after leaving this place, why don't you look for him? He'll definitely be extremely happy if he knows that you're from Tianhuang Mainland. At that point, the Thunder Emperor paused for a moment. Right, you might not know who Lin Zhan is, but you definitely know his title in Tianhuang Mainland. He's the Eternal Human Emperor. Ah! Su Zimo was shocked. This was the first time he knew the name of the Eternal Human Emperor. This was also the first time he knew anything about the Eternal Human Emperor after ascending to the upper world. Su Zimo murmured internally, I wonder how Senior Human Emperor is doing. What happened? The Thunder Emperor could tell what Su Zimo was implying and asked. Su Zimo did not hide anything and recounted the battle at Enigma Palace and the return of the Human Emperor to Tianhuang Mainland. At that time, although the Human Emperor returned to the upper world, he was clearly severely injured. Breaking through the barrier of the world and forcefully descending is way too dangerous. The Thunder Emperor said, at best, his Tao will be destroyed. At worst, he might even die. Unfortunately, I'm trapped here and can't help much. Chapter 1940, Thunder Emperor's Inheritance. Chapter 1940, Thunder Emperor's Inheritance. Senior Thunder Emperor, are there any flaws in the 10 Absolute Formation? I know a little about array formations and want to see if I can dispel it and save you. Su Zimo asked. There's no need. The Thunder Emperor sighed gently. The origin of this 10 Absolute Formation is immense and its power is terrifying. There was once a perfected Immortal Formation Grandmaster who came and tried to dispel it to save me. However, he was buried in it as well. Su Zimo remained silent. Actually, he knew in his heart that although his attainments in array formations were extremely high in Tianhuang Mainland, His understanding of formations was way too shallow against the many immortal formations of the upper world. My spirit consciousness can't hold on for much longer. The Thunder Emperor's voice sounded once more, but it was clearly much weaker than before. The Thunder Emperor was imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years and his Tao fruit was shattered. It took a huge toll on him to be able to release his spirit consciousness and communicate with Su Zimo outside the 10 Absolute formation. He could not hold on for much longer. The Thunder Emperor continued, I've been trapped here for hundreds of thousands of years. Over the years, I've reorganized and summarized the Void Thunder Manual and gained some new insights. I'll impart the complete Void Thunder Manual to you. I hope that this cultivation technique will be of help to you. Su Zimo was shocked. The Thunder Emperor relied on this Void Thunder Manual to fight his way through and look down on everyone before being conferred the title of a supreme perfected immortal. One could imagine how powerful that cultivation technique was. Furthermore, the Thunder Emperor had comprehended even more over the hundreds of thousands of years. The Void Thunder Manual will be in a good place if it's passed down to someone from Tianhuang Mainland. I can die without regrets. Su Zimo was about to speak. Suddenly, the Thunder Emperor's voice changed and an obscure text sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Every single word contained a righteous and ferocious aura of thunder with a terrifying might. In Su Zimo's mind, those words seemed to have transformed into thunder talismans that shone with electric currents. After a long time, the entire Void Thunder Manual was imprinted in Su Zimo's mind. This cultivation technique was vast, mysterious and unfathomable. For a moment, Su Zimo could not comprehend its essence. At that moment, the Thunder Emperor's voice was getting weaker. There are also some insights. I'll try my best to explain them to you. Remember as much as you can. The Thunder Emperor imparted his insights of the Void Thunder Manual. Although Su Zimo had cultivated the Void Thunder Manual before, it was incomplete. Furthermore, that was only a thunder divine power of the lower worlds. It was only at that moment that the door to the Tao of Thunder opened slowly to Su Zimo with the help of the Thunder Emperor, giving him a chance to catch a glimpse of its secrets. The Thunder Emperor's voice gradually weakened until it disappeared. Of course, the Thunder Emperor did not manage to impart his comprehension of the Void Thunder Manual completely. Even so, the comprehension and understanding of the Tao of Thunder earlier on was enough for Su Zimo to use for the rest of his life. The information contained by the Thunder Emperor's dermic art was way too immense. It was difficult for Su Zimo to digest and absorb them in a short period of time. He could only memorize everything for the time being and look for a suitable opportunity to comprehend and cultivate. Right now, he had something more important. He had to think of a way to get the Thunder Emperor out. Su Zimo also knew that given his capabilities, it was almost impossible for him to dispel the 10 Absolute formation and save the Thunder Emperor. Back then, even a perfected immortal who wanted to dispel the 10 Absolute formation died within. He was way too inferior. Furthermore, even if he could dispel the 10 Absolute formation and see the Thunder Emperor, so what? The Thunder Emperor's Tao fruit was shattered and he might be at the end of his road after being trapped for hundreds of thousands of years. There were also many exalted immortals and even perfected immortals watching outside the 10 Absolute formation. Even he might not be able to leave the 10 Absolute hell alive, let alone take the Thunder Emperor with him. Even so, Su Zimo had to think of a way to give it a shot. If he did not know the identity of the prisoner, he might not have taken the risk to harbor such thoughts. But now that he knew that the Thunder Emperor was trapped here, he would feel uneasy if he left without doing anything. Absolute Thunder City, City Lord's residence. As time passed by, the massacre in the 10 Absolute Hell intensified. More and more Earth demons woke up and slaughtered wantonly in the 10 Absolute Hell. As for the Black Immortals inside, their living space decreased. The rankings on the hunting ranking changed continuously as well. Some of the Black Immortals even managed to attain dozens of names under their belts. However, they disappeared from the hunting ranking the next moment. This meant that those black immortals were already dead. However, the few that the city lords and exalted immortals thought highly of at the beginning, such as Li Tian and Jianyu, were still on the hunting ranking and were extremely high. Awesome! That Li Tian has already killed more than 300 people. Jianyu isn't bad either, he's close behind. Many city lords and exalted immortals exclaimed excitedly. The bloodshed and killing in the 10 absolute hell triggered the nerves of many city lords and exalted immortals at all times. Prince Yuanzhua ate his immortal fruits leisurely with a smile. Thereafter, as though he recalled something, he suddenly asked, Jingyu, Su Zimo and Tang Zi are still in the cave after so long? They're not out yet? No. Perfected immortal Jingyu shook his head with a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, after such a long time, the outcome should have been decided a long time ago. However, there was still no activity from the cave. From above, the mirage eye could clearly see that there was no other way out of the cave. In other words, the two of them should still be in the cave. Could the two of them have died together? Lu Yu laughed. That's a possibility. Perfected immortal Jingyu murmured softly and swept his gaze across the mirage mirror. Suddenly, his expression changed as he said, Your Highness, look. Prince Yuanzhua followed perfected immortal Jingyu's guidance and looked over. Through the mirage mirror, a group of more than 100 cultivators were heading towards the cave where Su Zimo and Tang Zi were. Some black immortals chose to operate alone after entering the 10 absolute hell. Although operating alone lacked strength, it had the movement advantage. One was also a smaller target and wouldn't attract much attention. There were also some black immortals who chose to join forces with others. They could form groups of 3 to 5, dozens or even 100 people, forming various teams. However, those teams only had slightly more than 100 people at most. If there were too many of them and the group became too large, they would be targeted by the many earth demons. Furthermore, if there were too many people and they encountered danger, it would be chaotic and it would be difficult to command everyone. Perfected immortal Jingyu smiled gently. Your Highness, the leader of this group is Ing Fei. Right now, he's ranked 8th on the hunting ranking. He's ruthless and extremely strong. He's already killed more than 200 people by now. His group has already destroyed more than 10 other groups and escaped alive from the massacre of 2 earth demons. These remaining people are not weak after experiencing the baptism of life, death and bloodshed. Prince Yuanzhua nodded slightly. Perfected immortal Jingyu continued, if they enter the cave, we'll know if the 2 people inside are dead or alive. Chapter 1941, Extremely Shameless. Chapter 1941, Extremely Shameless. 10 Absolute Hell, Cave. Su Zimo played with the dark daggers in his hands while pondering about the Thunder Emperor. Suddenly, Tang Zi asked, What happened to you earlier on? The Thunder Emperor and Su Zimo were communicating through their spirit consciousnesses the entire time and Tang Zi could not hear them at all. However, she could still sense the abnormality in Su Zimo. Nothing much. Su Zimo replied casually with a calm expression. The matter of the Thunder Emperor was extremely important and he could not tell anyone casually. Tang Zi's gaze shifted to Su Zimo's dark daggers. Suddenly, her pupils constricted slightly before returning to normal. She could not help but ask, The injury on your hand has healed? She knew best how terrifying the dark daggers were. Not only were the daggers sharp, they could tear open wounds and cause a large amount of life force to be destroyed, causing blood to flow endlessly. Her physique was extremely strong and her regeneration capabilities were shocking. Even so, the wound on her neck caused by the dark daggers earlier on had only just healed and a trace of blood could be seen. However, the wound on the palm of the person before her was much deeper and more serious than the wound on her neck. Now, it had already healed without any signs of injury. What was the physique and bloodline of this person? Su Zimo merely smiled without saying anything. The matter of his green lotus true body was one of his greatest secrets and must not be exposed. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Tang Zi, who was not far away, and asked with a bright gaze, "How do you know so much about this supreme perfected immortal?" Tang Zi was expressionless as she met Su Zimo's gaze. Without avoiding it, she said indifferently, "I heard it from elsewhere as well. It's all rumors and I don't know if it's true either." Actually, Tang Zi was already feeling a little regretful. However, given her temperament, she would not reveal any emotions. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely not reveal such secrets to outsiders casually. Furthermore, the two of them did not know one another and merely met by chance. The reason why she revealed those secrets was because of what the green-robed cultivator had said previously. His pride and boldness moved her. She could sense that the green-robed cultivator was different from others. He was different from everyone she had seen before. "You can leave." Just as Tang Zi's imagination was running wild, Su Zimo's voice sounded. This person had indeed kept his promise and did not attack her. However, Tang Zi did not leave. She looked at the pair of dark daggers in Su Zimo's hands and pursed her lips in silence. Su Zimo was slightly stunned before he understood. He could not help but laugh and ask, "Why? You wanted to kill me earlier on and now you want this pair of ferocious weapons back?" Under Su Zimo's gaze, Tang Zi felt a little embarrassed and her cheeks turned red. She knew in her heart that her thoughts were a little naive and overboard. However, that person's smile was truly detestable. "I kept my promise and let you leave, don't push your luck." Su Zimo moved his hands and the daggers collided gently, letting out a clear sound as sparks flew. He said with a fake smile, "This pair of daggers can be considered as a treasure since they can cut me. They will belong to me in the future." Although Tang Zi was expressionless, she was about to explode internally. "To think that I thought that this person was extraordinary earlier on. Now, I know that he's the same as everyone else. He's extremely shameless and greedy." Tang Zi was secretly frustrated and her gaze was cold. Her father had forged the dark daggers for her personally and they meant a lot to her. She had carried them with her all these years and had never lost them. To think that they would fall into the hands of an outsider today due to a moment of carelessness. If it was any other time, she would have killed this person long ago. But now that she was in absolute Thunder City, her bloodline was suppressed and her combat strength could not be released to its peak. She knew that even if she attacked, she might not be a match for this person and would only embarrass herself. At that thought, Tang Zi grit her teeth and glared at Su Zimo coldly before turning towards the entrance of the cave. After taking a few steps, she was still indignant. With her back facing Su Zimo, she said slowly, "I'll definitely retrieve this pair of daggers personally." With that said, Tang Zi disappeared into the darkness of the cave. Ying Fei and the others arrived nearby and searched the storage bags of some cultivators who died to see if they could find anything useful. Essence Qi was isolated in the 10 Absolute Hell. After a huge battle, some elixirs that could recover Essence Qi were extremely important. "Bossing, there seems to be some activity in that cave over there." A black immortal's expression changed as he glared at the cave not far away and whispered. Even without this person's reminder, Ying Fei had already sensed it. There were people in the cave. Ying Fei smirked with a cold expression and waved his hand. The cultivators behind him understood and summoned their weapons and dermic treasures, forming an encirclement around the cave entrance as they approached slowly. Before long, a purple figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was Tang Zi. "Bossing, she's alone." A black immortal grinned eagerly. For groups like theirs, they would definitely not let anyone off if they were alone or in groups of 3 to 5. That was because as long as the group of them joined forces, there was almost no danger and they could kill the other party without much effort. It's her? Ing Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and a cold glint flashed as he recognized Tang Zi. Before entering the 10 Absolute Hell, he had already asked around and found out that Tang Zi was extremely mysterious and powerful, not to be trifled with. Boss Ing, leave this person to me? A short cultivator at the side whispered, if I kill another person, I might be able to squeeze to the bottom of the hunting ranking. All right. Ing Fei said deeply, go on, be careful. This woman might be troublesome to deal with. Don't worry, Boss Ing. Don't you trust my methods? The short cultivator chuckled and charged towards Tang Zi in a flash. Although the short cultivator was not even at the waist of an ordinary person, his movement technique was shockingly fast and he arrived before Tang Zi in the blink of an eye. He cultivated the Tao of assassination and was like a fish in water in the environment of the 10 Absolute Hell. In this group, the number of people he killed was second only to Ing Fei. Die! The short cultivator hollered and stood up with a cold, thin sword in his hands, piercing towards Tang Zi's chest. Tang Zi did not move at all, as though she could not see anything. Just as the thin sword was about to pierce Tang Zi's chest, the short cultivator before her suddenly dissipated and vanished. Behind Tang Zi, the short cultivator leaped up and stabbed towards the back of her head with a sharp blade. This was one of his trump cards. The previous image was merely conjured by his secret skill to distort reality. However, his true body hid behind and released a fatal attack. With that secret skill, he had never failed in the 10 Absolute Hell. Poof! Blood splattered in midair. Many cultivators widened their eyes with frozen expressions. Before the short cultivator's blade could stab down, Tang Zi seemed to have eyes behind her and flung her hand back. Her wide and soft sleeves were suddenly tied up like an iron rod, crushing the short cultivator's head. One move. The short cultivator died on the spot. Chapter 1942, Immortal Whale Sound. Chapter 1942, Immortal Whale Sound. Up till this point of her cultivation, this was the first time that Tang Zi had encountered such a setback in the hands of a cultivator of the same cultivation realm and even lost her personal dermic treasure. Although she did not show it, there was a fire in her heart that she had nowhere to vent. The short cultivator had just arrived and the rage in Tang Zi's heart burst forth instantly, killing him. Although this person specialized in assassination, he was far inferior compared to Tang Zi. Damn it, let's attack together. Kill her. Although the death of the short cultivator shocked the surrounding cultivators, everyone calmed down quickly with ferocious gazes. Most people who dared to enter the 10 Absolute Hell were not easy to deal with. Furthermore, their group had been through many bloody battles along the way and the remaining people were all ruthless characters. More than 10 Grade 9 Black Immortals attacked at the same time. Dermic treasures, divine powers, immortal arts and secret skills burst forth and tore through the air, enveloping Tang Zi instantly. Ah! Tang Zi opened her mouth slightly and an extremely sharp voice burst forth from the depths of her throat with a terrifying penetrative power. This was a sound domain secret skill that she had cultivated, the Immortal Whale Sound. This sound domain secret skill was inspired by the immortal whale. When cultivated to its limits, it would become all-encompassing even at a low volume. Earlier on in the cave, Tang Zi released the Immortal Whale Sound. However, the moment the Immortal Whale Sound was released, it was suppressed by Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill and could not unleash its full might. But now, the dozens of black immortals that attacked endured the impact of the Immortal Whale Sound head-on. It was only now that the terror of this sound domain secret skill was revealed. Ah! The Grade 9 black immortals at the front curled up and covered their ears with both hands, revealing pained expressions. Their dermic treasures lost control and fell from midair. Their divine powers and secret skills dissipated instantly and posed no threat to Tang Zi. Before long, blood seeped out from the gaps between the fingers of the grade 9 black immortals. The immortal wail sound had already penetrated their eardrums. Although the other grade 9 black immortals were slightly further away, they shuddered and looked dazed. To others, such a daze might not be much. However, there were too many things that Tang Zi could do. Tang Zi was expressionless as she waved her purple sleeves and swept past the few grade 9 black immortals before her. Poof! 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 Her sleeves changed and turned incomparably tough instantly, slicing the few grade 9 black immortals into two gigantic sabers. Tang Zi did not stop attacking. In a flash, she arrived before a few grade 9 black immortals a distance away and waved her sleeves once more. The few grade 9 black immortals had just snapped out of their stupor when they saw two purple sabers slashing over with a domineering might. None of them could react in time. Poof! 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 A few large heads flew up with widened eyes. Although they had already left their necks, their faces were still filled with disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of grade 9 black immortals that attacked were killed by Tang Zi like vegetables, none of them were spared. This time round, even Ying Fei was alarmed and looked nervous, let alone the other cultivators. Tang Zi was even more troublesome to deal with than he had imagined. Even if he attacked, he might not be a match for this person. Tang Zi was expressionless. After killing more than 10 people, the anger in her heart eased slightly. Even without the dark daggers, she was more than enough to kill the entire group of more than 100 people. Just as Tang Zi was about to attack, her heart skipped a beat. She turned to look at the cave behind her and her lips curled as though she recalled something. Killing the black immortals before her would benefit the shameless person in the cave instead. She might as well keep them alive and let them go to the cave to cause trouble for that shameless person. Actually, Tang Zi knew it as well. Since she could kill all of them, the person in the cave could definitely do the same. However, she could at least annoy that person by doing this. Don't you not want to fight with others? Don't you like to hide? Let's see where you can hide now that these people have you trapped in the cave. At that thought, Tang Zi's mood improved significantly. She ignored the surrounding black immortals and sped towards the gap in the crowd. Tang Zi's movement technique was extremely fast. The surrounding black immortals were also stunned by her methods and were wary. In that momentary distraction, Tang Zi managed to charge out. "Boss, should we chase?" A black immortal gulped and asked hesitantly with a wary expression. Actually, Ying Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Tang Zi leave. However, he did not show it on his face and merely harumphed coldly. "Don't chase a cornered enemy. I'll spare her life for today. If we meet again, I'll suppress her personally." "You are right, boss." Many black immortals understood what was going on, but they still agreed verbally. "Let's check out that cave," Ying Fei said in a deep voice. "If there's no problem, let's rest there first." Before Tang Zi left, she suddenly turned back to look at the cave, causing Ying Fei to feel puzzled. Under Ying Fei's lead, everyone headed towards the cave. City Lord's residence. The many city lords, exalted immortals, perfected immortal Jingyu and Prince Yuanzuo witnessed everything as well. Tang Zi's methods are indeed not weak. Perfected immortal Jingyu said, "In my opinion, this woman had already restrained herself and did not use her full strength." The city lord of Absolute Thunder City said, "Since Tang Zi came out of the cave, it means that Su Zimo should be dead." "He's not dead. That person is still alive." Suddenly, Prince Yuanzuo spoke, "The spirit consciousness on his hunting badge has not been erased." Lu Yu frowned. "That's strange. Tang Zi and Su Zimo were in the cave for so long but an outcome was not decided? Tang Zi was injured in the cave. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. There's a newly healed scar on her neck. County Governor, are you saying that Su Zimo can hurt Tang Zi? Lu Yu shook his head with a look of disbelief. That's impossible, right? We've seen for ourselves how strong Tang Zi is. That Su Zimo looks so weak, what can he do? That's right. Up till now, he has not killed a single person. It's clear that he's timid and gentle. If the county governor had not brought him here, given his guts, he might not have dared to take part in the hunting meet, another city lord said. The city lord of Absolute Thunder City nodded as well. If this continues, there will be fewer black immortals in the 10 Absolute Hell. In the end, even if that person makes a move, it will be difficult for him to enter the hunting ranking. Was I wrong? Prince Yuanzhua murmured in deep thought. Your Highness, Ying Fei and the others are about to enter the cave. Su Zimo won't be able to hide this time round and will definitely die, haha. Lu Yu chuckled. Chapter 1943, Honest Man. Chapter 1943, Honest Man. Ying Fei led everyone into the cave and stopped after a few steps. Boss Ying, what's wrong? A black immortal asked. Someone's here. Ying Fei's eyes shone brightly as he glared at the darkness ahead and said slowly. The hearts of many cultivators skipped a beat and they turned nervous with wary expressions. Right then, a figure slowly appeared from the depths of the darkness ahead. Walking over slowly, it gradually became clearer under everyone's gazes. It was a man with delicate features. His green robes were upright and he looked slightly weak. If he was holding a scroll in his hands, he would look no different from a frail scholar. The green-robed cultivator was clean from head to toe and seemed out of place in the cruel and bloody environment of the 10 Absolute Hell. Many cultivators had been through many bloody battles and were filled with killing intent. All of them looked ferocious and the green-robed man truly looked harmless compared to them. Everyone's tense nerves gradually relaxed. Ying Fei was not careless. He knew very well that anyone who could enter the 10 Absolute Hell was not someone easy to deal with. Naturally, he would not be easily bewitched by the appearance of this green-robed cultivator. You're alone? Ying Fei raised his brow slightly and asked. Yes. The green-robed cultivator nodded. Many cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Some of the black immortals had ferocious gazes and could not wait to attack. However, Ying Fei did not let down his guard. After all, Tang Zi was also alone earlier on but she killed more than 10 of them and left. Furthermore, Ying Fei thought of something deeper. Tang Zi had just left the cave and the green-robed cultivator was here as well, how was he not dead? How should I address you? Ying Fei asked. I'm Su Zimo, the green-robed cultivator replied. What are you doing in this cave? Ying Fei continued asking with a bright gaze. Su Zimo said, there's killing intent everywhere outside. I found this place by accident and hid here. Since you guys are here, I'll leave now and let you guys have this cave. Actually, Su Zimo could vaguely guess Tang Zi's intentions. However, he did not want to fight these people and comply with the wishes of the city lords and exalted immortals outside. With that said, Su Zimo headed out of the cave. This was indeed beyond Ying Fei's expectations. The cultivator before him looked extremely cowardly and posed no threat at all. Was he thinking too much? Some of the black immortals at the side could not help but look at Ying Fei repeatedly with questioning expressions. As long as Ying Fei nodded, they would attack. Just as Su Zimo was about to brush past the many black immortals, Ying Fei suddenly shouted, "Wait!" A few black immortals moved and blocked in front of Su Zimo with unfriendly expressions and ferocious gazes. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and turned around. He looked at Ying Fei and asked with a fake smile, "Fellow Taoist, is there anything else? Take out your hunting badge and let me take a look." Ing Fei said indifferently. Under normal circumstances, the hunting badge was extremely important in the 10 Absolute Hell. It was related to the final ranking of the hunting ranking and could not be shown to outsiders casually. However, Su Zimo did not care about the hunting ranking or hunting badge. Hesitating for a moment, he took out the hunting badge from his storage bag. Ing Fei could clearly see that the name written on the hunting badge was indeed Su Zimo. In other words, this person was not lying. However, the other side of the hunting badge was blank. In the 10 Absolute Hell, the number on the other side of the hunting badge would correspond to the number of cultivators one killed. For example, Ing Fei's hunting badge displayed the number 273. This proved that he had already killed 273 people personally. However, the fact that the hunting badge was blank meant that this person had not killed anyone since he entered the 10 Absolute Hell. From what that person said earlier on, it could be concluded that he was a cowardly and honest person. It was only then that Ing Fei was completely relieved. He glared at Su Zimo with evil intentions and asked with a smile, "Why are you here at the hunting meet if you're so timid?" Su Zimo smiled as well. "I was forcefully brought here." Ha ha ha. Ing Fei could not help but burst into laughter. The surrounding black immortals burst into laughter as well. A cold glint flashed through Ing Fei's eyes as he nodded slightly. A black immortal with a pockmarked face standing behind Su Zimo understood and suddenly attacked with a murderous expression. He raised his saber and slashed toward Su Zimo's neck. The attack of the pockmarked black immortal was in Su Zimo's blind spot without any warning. That slash was almost certain. Everyone could almost see the bloody scene of the green-robed man's decapitated corpse. Swoosh! The saber tore through the air at an extremely fast speed. However, the slash missed. The pockmarked black immortal exerted all his strength and missed. He did not have time to retract his strength and staggered, almost falling to the ground. Ing Fei frowned. Everyone was surprised as well. The green-robed man was not dead. In fact, no one noticed how the green-robed cultivator dodged that fatal slash. Someone burst into laughter. "Pocky Su, you're so useless even when you're given a chance. Let me do it instead." In the darkness, Su Zimo no longer had a smile on his face and his expression darkened completely. Indeed, he was unwilling to fight against the black immortals in the 10 Absolute Hell. That was because in his opinion, these black immortals were pitiful people who were controlled and manipulated by others. Many of them had no choice. However, that did not mean that he would continue to endure. "Why? You're not letting me leave?" Su Zimo looked at Ing Fei, who was not far away, and asked slowly. Ing Fei smiled. "Given your character, even if you leave this place, you won't be able to survive for more than half a day. Why don't you stay here and become a number on our hunting badge?" "Alright, I won't leave then," Su Zimo suddenly said. The wise recognized their circumstances. Ing Fei clapped and smiled. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "Now, I'll give you guys a chance. Get lost from here." "Huh? What did you say?" Ing Fei had a strange expression and could not believe what he heard. The pockmarked black immortal was already furious after his failure earlier on. Now, he could no longer hold it in and cursed, "Bloody hell, you merely survived because you hid in this cave cowardly the entire time. Do you really think you're strong?" Before his sentence was finished, the pockmarked black immortal attacked once more. "Die!" The pockmarked black immortal was enraged and channeled his essence spirit. He conjured a lesser divine power with one hand and raised his saber with the other, slashing down at Su Zimo's head. The moment his lesser divine power was formed, he felt a green shadow flash before him. A slender finger approached in his line of sight, but he could not dodge at all. So fast. A final thought flashed through the mind of the pockmarked black immortal. Poof! The next moment, he felt a sharp pain on his glabella and his essence spirit dissipated, losing consciousness. The pockmarked black immortal fell to the ground and a hole appeared on his glabella with fresh blood oozing. His essence spirit was destroyed and he was dead. Everyone was in an uproar. Chapter 1944, Complete Defeat. Chapter 1944, Complete Defeat. Nobody expected this seemingly weak green-robed man to suddenly attack. What was even more terrifying was that this person did not use any secret skills and merely extended a finger to penetrate the skull of the pockmarked black immortal. A single finger strike was all it took. Kill him. Everyone reacted quickly and roared. Earlier on, these people were shocked by Tang Zi's methods. They were angry and had nowhere to vent their frustrations. No matter how strong this green-robed scholar was, could he compare to that woman earlier on? Everyone summoned their dermic treasures and channeled their immortal arts to condense secret skills. They attacked one after another, forming a torrential wave that surged over. Instantly, the entire cave was filled with a resplendent glow and essence chi surged. With a calm expression, Su Zimo moved and shuttled through the gaps between many dermic treasures and divine powers with ease. Piak! Su Zimo arrived before a grade 9 black immortal and extended his palm, slapping the latter on the head before floating away without stopping. The grade 9 black immortal's gaze was dull and his expression was dark. His mind was already shattered by Su Zimo and his essence spirit was destroyed as he fell. Bang! In a flash, Su Zimo charged into someone's embrace. The black immortal could not control his body and was sent flying instantly. While he was in midair, he exploded into pieces because he could not withstand the tremendous power. Poof! Su Zimo punched a black immortal in the chest. Initially, the black immortal wore steel armor that was invulnerable. However, the armor was shattered by the punch and a bloody hole appeared in his chest with his heart crushed. Su Zimo twisted and turned in the crowd. His fingers, claws, fist, palm, arm, elbow, shoulder, leg, knee and foot were all killing weapons. He cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had many years of experience in Tianhuang mainland. He had long honed a terrifying melee combat technique. After ascending to the upper world, Su Zimo fought against the Heaven Immortals and perfected Immortals in the abyss of the Dragon Abyss Star with the help of the Dragon King's corpse. After that battle, Su Zimo fused many melee combat techniques of the dragon race into his body, forming a killing technique suitable for the Green Lotus true body. At that moment, even without using any dermic treasures or weapons, Su Zimo was an unstoppable humanoid weapon with his Green Lotus true body. In just a dozen breaths, more than 20 black immortals died on the spot. Ying Fei was enraged. It was not easy for him to gather these people in the 10 absolute hell. Even against the pursuit of earth demons along the way, the losses were not this great. To think that a weak scholar would kill so many of his people in this cave. You have a death wish. In his rage, Ying Fei attacked. Before entering the 10 absolute hell, Ying Fei had long memorized troublesome cultivators like Li Tian and Tang Zi and tried his best to avoid fighting them. He had never heard of Su Zimo. In his opinion, there was a limit to how strong Su Zimo was. Ying Fei was extremely fast and arrived before Su Zimo, grabbing the latter's head with both hands. His hands shone with a cold glint. He wore a pair of gloves made from the claws of an immortal eagle. They were perfect black-grade dermic treasures. Every single fingernail of the gloves was as sharp as an eagle's claw and could tear tigers and leopards apart. Ying Fei believed that no matter how strong Su Zimo's body was, he would not be able to defend against his eagle claws. Good timing. I was about to look for you. Sneering coldly, Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid the descending eagle claws and suddenly extended his hands to receive them. You want to take my eagle claws head-on with your body? You overestimate yourself. Ing Fei's eyes shone fiercely. Bang! The eagle claws collided with Su Zimo's palm and exerted strength at the same time. Suddenly, Ing Fei's expression changed starkly. The sharp eagle claws could not pierce Su Zimo's flesh. Not only that, the other party's palm was like a pair of iron pincers that released a terrifying power that struck his eagle claw gloves. Creak! Creak! A jarring sound came from his eagle claw gloves. Ing Fei's eyes widened. Right in front of him, the eagle claw gloves were gradually deformed by Su Zimo's palms. He felt a sharp pain in his fists as well. Crack! A deafening sound echoed. The eagle claw gloves were crushed by Su Zimo. Ing Fei's fists exploded into a blood mist along with the gloves. Right now, the Green Lotus true body was fearless even against connate black-grade dermic treasures. Ah! Ing Fei let out a tragic cry and his face turned pale. He staggered in retreat and fled out of the cave without hesitation, ignoring the serious injuries on his hands. A pair of gigantic eagle wings appeared behind Ing Fei and he sped towards the entrance of the cave. Although he was fast, Su Zimo was even faster. Boundless golden light, heavenly feet and ethereal wings burst forth at the same time. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo caught up to Ing Fei and shattered his head with the great chaos essence palm. Unable to defend against his severe injuries, Ing Fei died on the spot. Initially, the remaining dozens of black immortals wanted to join forces and continue attacking. However, everyone was scared out of their wits when they saw that Ing Fei was one of the top experts of the 10 Absolute Hell. Otherwise, he would not have been able to command them. However, Ing Fei could not last 3 rounds against the green-robed man. What was even more frightening was that Ing Fei's eagle claws were crushed by this person. His strength and methods had already surpassed the imagination of many cultivators. This was someone even more terrifying than Tang Zi. Escape. The remaining dozens of black immortals dispersed in defeat. At the same time, in the city lord's residence. Suddenly, Prince Yuanzhua said, Ing Fei is dead. Many city lords and exalted immortals revealed bewildered expressions. The moment he said that, the name of the 8th on the hunting ranking, Ing Fei, faded gradually until it disappeared. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu smiled. Interesting. Before long, dozens of black immortals escaped from the cave. All of them were still in shock, as though they had encountered something extremely terrifying. The black immortals scrambled and fled in all directions without even turning back, disappearing into the surrounding forest before long. There was no longer anyone in the cave. That Su Zimo is still alive? The city lord of Absolute Thunder City was surprised. Prince Yuanzhua nodded and rubbed his chin, staring at the cave in deep thought. Let's see how long you can hide and how many surprises you can give me. He was getting more curious about Su Zimo. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu guessed the intentions of Prince Yuanzhua and whispered, Your Highness, should I make a trip down personally to bring Su Zimo out? There's no need. Prince Yuanzhua waved it off. As long as he's in the 10 Absolute Hell, he won't be able to escape my control. Chapter 1945, Howling Wind Formation. Chapter 1945, Howling Wind Formation. Within the cave. Su Zimo did not chase after the remaining black immortals. Instead, he tidied up the battlefield. There were no treasures in the storage bags of the black immortals. Most of them were elixirs that could recover essence chi and Su Zimo collected them casually. Su Zimo noticed something else. The names etched on the hunting badges of the black immortals that died had already vanished. On the blank side of his hunting badge, a number appeared, 29. This meant that he had just killed 29 people. Su Zimo felt that there was something strange about the hunting badge. However, he could not throw it away casually. That was because in the 10 Absolute Hell, the hunting ranking would sense it and punish anyone who lost their hunting badge. Su Zimo did not want to attract attention. If he wanted to head to the 10 Absolute Formation, he had to try his best to avoid the surveillance of the Mirage Eye outside. If the City Lord and exalted Immortals of the City Lord's residence saw him approaching the 10 Absolute Formation, they might be alerted and change the situation. Su Zimo had not even seen the 10 Absolute Formation before. Therefore, he could only imagine and could not think of any solution. Right now, his first step was to avoid the surveillance of the Mirage Eye and head to the 10 Absolute Formation. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, Su Zimo sensed for a moment before retreating with a grim expression. Before he left the cave, he already felt the spying of the Mirage Eye. This meant that someone was watching him from the City Lord's residence. I've been targeted. Su Zimo's eyes flickered in deep thought. Although he did not know what happened in the City Lord's residence, he could vaguely guess that his attack earlier on had most likely attracted the attention of others. Su Zimo was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he returned to the cave and examined it carefully. There was only a single entrance to leave this place. Furthermore, the mountains of the upper world were tough and the ground was firm, even his strength could not shake it. Even if he could penetrate a hole, it would cause an even greater commotion and he would not be able to avoid the surveillance of the Mirage Eye. After pondering for a long time, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and closed his eyes to rest. He had already thought of a solution. However, he had to wait for a good opportunity. As time passed by slowly, the massacre outside intensified and the blood stench intensified. Su Zimo sat quietly in the cave, as though he had no intention of leaving. As he had expected, in the City Lord's residence, Prince Yuan Zhua and perfected Immortal Jing Yu were not the only ones, the other City Lords and exalted Immortals had already noticed him. However, as time passed by, everyone gradually became impatient. The battle was intense elsewhere and it was quiet here. Everyone could only see a pitch-black hole without a single shadow. After a long time, someone could not hold on any longer. Many City Lords and exalted Immortals shifted their attention to the other cultivators. A night passed. Prince Yuan Zhuo was getting tired as well. No matter how interested and curious he was toward Su Zimo, there was no way he could keep watching. What is that person trying to do by hiding in this cave for so long? Prince Yuan Zhuo harumphed coldly. Perfected Immortal Jingyu said, Your Highness, we don't have to keep an eye on this place. It'll be fine as long as we take a look occasionally. Furthermore, if that person leaves the cave, he won't be able to hide from the Mirage Eye. Prince Yuan Zhuo nodded. As the two of them conversed, a tiny ant crawled slowly on the mud of the cave and left. Naturally, the ant was also watched by the Mirage Eye. However, there were bloody battles everywhere in the 10 Absolute Hell. Who would pay attention to an ant that was like dust? Even if anyone saw it, they would not take it to heart. The ant crawled slowly and before long, it arrived beneath an ancient tree. Its tiny figure hid beneath a withered leaf. Suddenly, a divine power emanated from the ant. Immediately after, the withered leaf popped open and the ant disappeared. In its place was a butterfly the size of an infant's palm that flew in the direction of the 10 Absolute Formation. The 10 Absolute Hell formed a space of its own with many living beings. This butterfly was only the most common one in the 10 Absolute Hell. However, be it the ant at the start or the butterfly at the back, they were all conjured by Su Zimo using his greater divine power, the 72 transformations. The 36 transformations was a lesser divine power and could only conjure sand, gravel and mud without any signs of life. The 72 transformations was a greater divine power and could transform into flowers, trees, birds and beasts. Back in the ancient battlefield of Tianhuang Mainland, Su Zimo comprehended many lesser and greater divine powers. The 36 transformations and 72 transformations were among them. Although Su Zimo was a grade 9 black immortal, his essence spirit cultivation had long broken through from the black essence realm to the earth realm. Even without using the innate divine power of the six-tusked divine elephant, he could release greater divine powers. Of course, out of caution, Su Zimo spent the entire night in the cave on purpose. He waited for the many exalted immortals and city lords of the city lords' residence to be exhausted before releasing the 72 transformations and turning into a tiny ant to leave. After leaving the range of the cave, he transformed into a butterfly to increase his speed and flew towards the 10 Absolute Formation. Everything happened right in front of the Mirage Eye. However, no one expected that Su Zimo could release the greater divine power, the 72 transformations, transform into other living beings and leave the cave right under their noses. Even with the 72 transformations, Su Zimo did not dare to transform into a living being with a large target lest he attracted attention. He continued forward and avoided some cultivators and earth demons with his spirit perception. In less than half a day, he arrived at his destination. It was an endless forest with towering ancient trees that were lush. However, a gigantic forbidden ground appeared in the middle of the forest with a terrifying aura that no living being dared to approach. At first glance, the forbidden ground seemed empty. However, Su Zimo had already seen some traces of array formations in the forbidden ground. This was the center of the 10 Absolute Hell, the 10 Absolute Formation. Su Zimo did not dare to approach. Just by lingering around the edge, he could already sense the terrifying aura released by the 10 Absolute Formation. He maintained his butterfly form as he observed the traces of the 10 Absolute Formation intently. However, after looking at it for an hour, he felt a splitting headache and had no clue. It was way too complicated. He did not even know how to deal with a single immortal formation, let alone 10. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo took out a supreme black-grade dermic treasure from his storage bag and threw it towards the forbidden ground ahead. Suddenly, a wild gust of wind howled above the initially empty forbidden ground. Right in front of Su Zimo, a gigantic black wind rose from the ground and devoured the supreme black-grade dermic treasure instantly. In the blink of an eye, the black wind dissipated. As for the supreme black-grade dermic treasure, it was turned into ashes by the black wind and floated down. If he was not wrong, the area ahead should be the Howling Wind Formation. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo took out an earth-grade dermic treasure he had picked up in the abyss of the Dragon Abyss Star and threw it into the Howling Wind Formation. Another black wind devoured the earth-grade dermic treasure. In less than a breath, the black wind dissipated and the earth-grade dermic treasure had already shattered into a pile of dim metal pieces that fell to the ground. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Based on the might of the Howling Wind Formation, his Green Lotus true body would most likely be destroyed with his flesh separated within a single breath. Chapter 1946, Challenging the Formation. Chapter 1946, Challenging the Formation. Throughout the entire process, although various changes happened in the 10 Absolute Formation, the Mirage Eye in the firmaments did not seem to notice it. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. There was no way he could dispel the formation. If he were to wait here to dispel the 10 Absolute Formation, he might not be able to do it even after his lifespan was up. Since he could not dispel the formation, he could only think of a way to barge in forcefully. He did have a treasure that might be able to withstand the power of the Howling Wind Formation. The Hell Suppression Tripod. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and the Hell Suppression Tripod flew out of his consciousness, turning into a green streak of light that entered the Howling Wind Formation. The Hell Suppression Tripod had just entered the Howling Wind Formation when the formation seemed to have sensed something. The light of the formation patterns intensified and a wild wind howled with a jarring sound. The black wind from earlier on surged over from all directions, forming a tornado that connected heaven and earth that swept towards the Hell Suppression Tripod. The Howling Wind Formation seemed to be able to sense the strength of the Hell Suppression Tripod as well, and that was the reason for its strong reaction. Su Zimo was nervous as he glared at the hell suppression tripod in the howling wind formation. The black wind howled and drowned the hell suppression tripod instantly. The wild wind was like a saber and was extremely sharp. When it blew the hell suppression tripod, there was a clanging sound of metal clashing. Suddenly, Su Zimo sensed that the black wind wanted to drag the hell suppression tripod into the depths of the howling wind formation. Not good. Su Zimo was alarmed and retracted the hell suppression tripod hurriedly. In the howling wind formation, the wild wind howled repeatedly in an extremely violent manner. It took a while before everything returned to normal. Su Zimo glanced at the hell suppression tripod. The hell suppression tripod did not suffer much of a blow and the black wind in the howling wind formation did not leave any marks on it. According to Heavenly Wolf, this was an Emperor weapon that once created an era. Even if an Emperor weapon was broken, it was indestructible. However, it was still unrealistic for Su Zimo to hide in the hell suppression tripod and barge into the howling wind formation. Although the hell suppression tripod was an Emperor weapon, it was not a sealed spatial dermic weapon. The power of the wild wind was pervasive and could surge into the tripod through the top of it. He could not withstand it at all. Back in the black hole, he could seal the mouth of the tripod with the 9 heavens living soil. That was because the black hole could not devour the hell suppression tripod and it could not devour Su Zimo within. However, that could not be done within the howling wind formation. The 9 heavens living soil was a destiny dermic treasure derived from the creation green lotus. The power of the dermic treasure would only increase as his cultivation increased. The 9 heavens living soil might not be damaged in the howling wind formation, but it might not be able to defend against the power of the wild wind. The wild wind was violent and pervasive. At that time, it would break through the 9 heavens living soil and surge into the tripod. He would definitely die. Su Zimo thought for a moment and flapped his wings, flying along the edge of the 10 absolute formation. Before long, he arrived in another area. This area was completely different from the howling wind formation earlier on. If he was not wrong, it should be another immortal formation of the 10 absolute formation. The ground of the immortal formation was blood red and emitted a nauseating blood stench. This time round, Su Zimo did not test the waters with his weapon. Instead, he tossed a corpse that he had hidden in his storage bag previously. The moment the corpse entered the immortal formation, a stream of blood appeared from within and coiled around it before it even landed. Immediately after, the corpse melted into a pool of blood and scattered on the ground without a single bone left. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. From the looks of it, even if he hid in the bronze square tripod, it would be difficult for him to defend against the corrosion of the blood water. Furthermore, there was a high chance that the bronze square tripod would attract endless blood if it entered the formation. This should be the blood transformation formation. Su Zimo did not stay in the vicinity and continued to circle around the 10 absolute formation. Thereafter, he passed through the frost formation, red silk formation and golden light formation. The 3 immortal formations were extremely powerful and unpredictable. Although the bronze square tripod could withstand the power of the 3 immortal formations, it could not protect Su Zimo and break through the immortal formations to reach the center of the 10 absolute formation. Is there really no other way? Su Zimo was a little discouraged. Against an absolute power like the 10 absolute formation that could even kill perfected immortals, he could not help but feel helpless. As he thought of countermeasures, Su Zimo continued forward. Before long, he arrived before another immortal formation. The immortal formation was filled with turbid waves and steam. If he was not wrong, it should be the flood formation. Su Zimo sighed internally. This time round, he could tell without even testing the waters that it would be difficult for him to cross the flood formation with the hell suppression tripod. The power of the flood was even more ferocious than the wild wind. Even if he hid in the bronze square tripod, the flood could drown him. Just as Su Zimo was about to continue forward, he suddenly thought of something. something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, if there was no external stimulation, the situation within the immortal formation would be relatively calm and there would not be such turbid waves. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks hurriedly and looked towards the flood formation. Indeed, he discovered something unusual. In the torrential waves, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen advancing with difficulty. Someone was challenging the formation. To think that apart from him, there would be someone else in the 10 Absolute Hell who would risk their lives to pass through the 10 Absolute formation. Could it be her? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as a purple figure appeared in his mind. Within the flood formation, the water chi was dense and rumbled continuously, even he could not see the figure within. Against the gush of the current, the figure advanced step by step in the flood. However, before the figure could advance far, it would be knocked back by a torrent and retreat once more. The cycle repeated itself. Su Zimo denied his previous guess. Like him, Tang Zi was only a grade 9 black immortal and definitely could not withstand the might of the flood formation. Su Zimo focused his gaze for a while and gradually noticed something. The figure seemed to be covered by a barrier of light that was formed from some unknown power, protecting it from the surrounding flood. This person must have relied on this barrier to defend against the flood formation and walk dozens of feet within. At that moment, the barrier could no longer withstand the pressure and cracks appeared on it, as though it could collapse at any moment. Boom! Boom! The turbid waves rumbled and a wave charged over heavily, slapping the figure. The figure could no longer hold on and was sent flying by the turbid wave, almost falling out of the edge of the flood formation. This time round, Su Zimo could see it clearly. The figure in the light barrier was Tang Zi. Tang Zi's face was pale, as though she had suffered a huge blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the barrier on her body was filled with cracks and was extremely battered, it could not withstand the next wave of the flood formation. She also realized the danger and staggered, retreating out of the formation hurriedly. Right then, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and 3 figures sped over from the forest not far away. Chapter 1947, Gathering of the 5 Poison. Chapter 1947, Gathering of the 5 Poison. From the looks of it, the 3 of them should be on the same side. The 3 of them split into 3 directions and charged towards Tang Zi at an extremely fast speed. Tang Zi had just retreated from the flood formation and had yet to catch her breath when their killing moves descended. The 3 of them are not weak. Su Zimo thought to himself. The timing of their attacks was ingenious. Tang Zi was severely injured and had just escaped from danger. Her 5 senses were invaded by the flood formation and had yet to recover completely, this was her weakest moment. Furthermore, the 3 of them exuded a nauseating stench, it was clear that they carried toxic poison. 3 flying swords shone with a faint green glow and stabbed over from above her head, left and right at the same time. Immobilize. At the same time, the 3 black immortals channeled their essence spirits and released their lesser divine powers, the body immobilization technique. 3 body immobilization techniques descended on Tang Zi. If it was any other grade 9 black immortal, they would definitely die in such a encirclement. Tang Zi was indeed impressive. Although her 5 senses had yet to recover, her instinct to avoid danger was still present after cultivating the Tao of assassination all year round. Without hesitation, Tang Zi opened her mouth slightly and released the immortal wail sound. She had only released her immortal wail sound halfway when she triggered her injuries once more and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even so, the burst of the immortal wail sound dispersed the divine power of the body immobilization technique. The moment Tang Zi released the immortal wail sound, she suddenly fell and scurried out, almost lying flat on the ground. Clang! Sparks flew as 2 flying swords collided. However, she could not dodge the flying sword that descended from the skies. She realized that as well and reached out to grab the incoming flying sword bare-handed. The sword shone brightly. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. That flying sword was a perfect-grade dermic treasure. A flash of blood appeared. The sword pierced Tang Zi's palm but could not sever it. The flying sword tore through her flesh and bones, unable to cut further. Su Zimo was not surprised by that. He had fought Tang Zi before and she had a strong physique and bloodline. It was clear that she had cultivated some body tempering technique. Furthermore, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that Tang Zi's bones seemed to contain some sort of immense power. However, it was suppressed and could not be released. The current scene confirmed his guess. Although a perfect-grade flying sword pierced Tang Zi's flesh, it could not hurt her bones. Of course, the flying sword was laced with poison. It was considered a success as long as Tang Zi's flesh was pierced. Even in the face of such danger, Tang Zi was expressionless, as though she could not feel any pain or the poison from the sword. The three of them had already closed in. One of them wielded a gigantic spear with both hands and danced, coiling towards Tang Zi like a living spirit snake. The other two formed a triangular formation and charged over as well. Scorpion Tail Fist. Sky Spider Hand. Both of them hollered. The first man with the spear shouted as well, "This person is troublesome to deal with. Hurry and help." Before his sentence was finished, a commotion broke out in the forest not far away. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The three of them had helpers. In the forest far away, a gigantic pitch-black centipede that was dozens of feet long darted out. Its 100 feet moved with an ear-piercing sound as it scurried over at an astonishing speed. There was someone sitting on the pitch-black centipede. A frog's croak sounded from another direction. Immediately after, a figure appeared. In a strange manner, he hopped around the leaves of the forest like a toad and approached the battlefield rapidly. Venomous snake, spider, scorpion, toad and centipede, the 5 poisons are all gathered. Su Zimo sneered internally. Right now, the 5 of them were on the hunting ranking. If they joined forces, even a group of dozens might not be able to take advantage of them. But now, it was unprecedented for the 5 poisons to attack and kill someone. Tang Zi had a calm expression as she extended her left hand. In a flash, she grabbed the gigantic spear that resembled a spirit snake and squeezed it. Blood splattered all over the spear. Just as the Black Immortal waved his spear, a poisonous snake slithered out from his sleeves and coiled around the spear, prepared to launch a fatal attack at any moment. Unfortunately, Tang Zi saw through it with a single glance. Gripping her spear, Tang Zi threw the poisoned sword in her hands towards the person's face while crushing the snake. The 2 actions were completed almost at the same time. Furthermore, the power and speed of Tang Zi's slash were way too fast. The 2 of them were extremely close and the Black Immortal could not dodge at all. The poisoned sword entered his face and pierced his consciousness, destroying his essence spirit. At the same time, the scorpion tail fist that was filled with pitch-black fog and the sky spider hand that emitted a purple glow descended. Suddenly, Tang Zi's figure vanished from the spot. In its place was the Black Immortal whose face was pierced by her sword earlier on. Nether swap. After killing that person, Tang Zi did not stop at all and released her lesser divine power, swapping positions with that person. When he saw that, Su Zimo could not help but praise internally. It was as though Tang Zi was born with that combat talent and all her techniques were fused together naturally. If Tang Zi had been a tad slower earlier on, she might have died. Bang! The sky spider hand and scorpion tail fist descended but struck the dead Black Immortal. The Black Immortal was already dead and his entire body rotted instantly after being struck by that punch. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pool of yellow blood. Both of them were shocked when their attacks missed. In a flash, Tang Zi had already returned and charged towards the two of them. She had to get rid of the two of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation would be even more dangerous when the centipede and toad arrived. Bang! 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 The three of them fought with speed, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. Their figures flickered continuously in a dizzying manner. Suddenly, the three figures stopped. Thereafter, the two of them fell and their life force drained rapidly. They could no longer survive. Only Tang Zi stood on the spot expressionlessly, panting slightly. If she was not injured and was in peak condition, the two of them would have died a long time ago. The fight had aggravated her injuries once more. Scorpion, Sky Spider. Demoness, I'll have you pay with your life. Two furious roars sounded from the side. The remaining two people had already arrived. One of them rode on a pitch-black centipede and soared into the air, lunging towards Tang Zi. Poison chi spread and demonic chi filled the air. The other person was sprawled on the ground on all fours. Suddenly, his lips were tightly shut and his cheeks puffed up like a gigantic toad. Poof! The person opened his mouth and spat out a ball of sticky poison. Tang Zi composed herself and was prepared to attack again to kill the remaining two. However, she suddenly felt her head spin and her limbs went limp. Her body swayed and her consciousness turned blurry. Am I going to die? Tang Zi sighed internally. Chapter 1948, True Dragon Anti-Water Bead. Chapter 1948, True Dragon Anti-Water Bead. Tang Zi was severely injured and had fought consecutively. Her bloodline could not suppress the poison and finally could not hold on. She could not muster any strength even as the remaining two lunged over. Perhaps it was because she cultivated the Tao of assassination and tempered her mind all year round, but even at the brink of death, her heart was extremely calm without any emotions. Of course, many things flashed through her mind in that instant. What a pity. I didn't manage to clear the immortal formation after all. That's good too. If I head to the netherworld, won't I have a chance to see father and mother? Sigh, if I hadn't lost my dark daggers, I wouldn't have been injured by these poisonous beings earlier on. I hope my dark daggers won't be wasted in the hands of that person. Tang Zi bit her lip as a figure flashed through her mind. I'm about to die. How could my final thought be that detestable and shameless person? Chi. Suddenly, a sharp and faint sound came from midair, as though a sharp weapon had torn through the air. Immediately after, Tang Zi felt an extremely terrifying killing intent and her heart skipped a beat. Not good. Suddenly, the toad shrieked. Immediately after, the voice stopped. Tang Zi looked up instinctively. A white sword chi never entered the person's glabella and penetrated him instantly, destroying his essence spirit. On the other side, another similar sword chi streaked past the gigantic pitch-black centipede and vanished. The pitch-black centipede's body was sliced into two by a sword chi and black blood filled the skies. The cultivator on the centipede was not spared either and was killed by the slash. Two sword chi killed these two experts in the 10 absolute hell. Tang Zi was stunned. She was not dead. Instinctively, Tang Zi looked towards the forest not far away but could not find any traces of cultivators. She could not determine where the two sword chi came from at all. Who was it? Someone from the 10 absolute hell would save her? Why did that person not appear after attacking? Many thoughts flashed through Tang Zi's mind. Then, as though she realized something, she raised her head and looked at the mirage eye in the firmaments. She hurriedly perked up and staggered into the forest at the side. Tang Zi slapped her storage bag and took out a pitch-black paper umbrella, opening it. Mysterious runes were etched on the umbrella. Tang Zi conjured hand seals and chanted a few words. The runes on the paper umbrella lit up and enveloped her. Her figure gradually faded and disappeared from the spot along with the pitch-black paper umbrella. A butterfly sprawled on a branch not far away witnessed everything. That butterfly was naturally conjured by Su Zimo. The 2 sword chi earlier on were also heaven-slaying sword chi released by him. If Tang Zi could deal with the 5 poisons, he would naturally not attack. There was a high chance that the fight here would attract attention and Su Zimo did not want to expose himself. However, he could not stand by idly when he saw that Tang Zi's life was hanging by a thread. Tang Zi knew so much about the Thunder Emperor and had taken the risk to barge into the Immortal formation. This meant that there was a high chance she was on the Thunder Emperor's side. If that was not the case, there was no need for her to risk her life. Because of that, Su Zimo had to save Tang Zi as well. Of course, after he attacked, he was worried that he would attract the attention of the Mirage Eye and did not appear, maintaining his butterfly form. Su Zimo was secretly surprised when he saw Tang Zi open the black umbrella and retract her figure. It was clear that the black umbrella was not an ordinary item. It did not make Tang Zi disappear. Instead, it fused the surrounding environment into one and could even deceive the Mirage Eye. Actually, Tang Zi was still on the spot. However, even with Su Zimo's eyesight, he could not see her figure. Of course, Su Zimo could still roughly determine Tang Zi's location with his spirit perception. If he reverted to his true form and channeled illumination and nether glow, he should be able to see through Tang Zi's tracks as well. After Tang Zi retracted her figure, she was in no hurry to leave. Instead, she consumed elixirs on the spot and rested for a while to stabilize her injuries. It was unknown what bloodline Tang Zi possessed, but after her injuries were stabilized, the poison in her body was no longer a threat and was squeezed out bit by bit. Before long, her face regained some color. Of course, the injuries caused by the flood formation would not recover completely within a short period of time. Tang Zi stood up and walked into the distance. Su Zimo flapped his wings and followed slowly. Tang Zi held the black umbrella and circled the forest. Before long, she found a cave and burrowed in. This place won't be spied on by the Mirage Eye. Fellow Taoist, you've followed me for so long. Come on out. Tang Zi said. After a while, a figure appeared out of thin air in the cave. The person wore a clean green robe and had refined features. He nodded to her with a smile. Indeed, it's you. Tang Zi did not look surprised when she saw Su Zimo. You guessed it? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Tang Zi was silent. Apart from Su Zimo, she could not think of anyone else in the 10 absolute hell who could kill 2 of the 5 poisons silently and follow her. I owe you a favor and will return it in the future. Tang Zi said expressionlessly. Su Zimo smiled. There's no need for the future. You can return it now. What do you want me to do? Tang Zi asked. Su Zimo said, I'll ask you a few questions. Just answer them truthfully. That's all? Tang Zi could not believe it. Su Zimo did not explain and went straight to the point. Why did you challenge the Immortal formation? Tang Zi lowered her head slightly in silence. This matter involved her secret and she could not say it. As though he could tell that she was troubled, Su Zimo did not continue asking about this and quickly shifted to another question. How did you withstand the impact of the flood formation? Su Zimo asked. Tang Zi was relieved. As long as it was not some important secret, she would tell him everything. Tang Zi took out a bead that was filled with cracks from her storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. This is the true dragon anti-water bead that my master refined with the true dragon Dao fruit. The value of this bead is definitely not inferior to any sentient dermic treasure. Unfortunately, it still can't withstand the power of the flood formation. Tang Zi said, I don't have the bloodline of a true dragon and can't activate the full power of this true dragon anti-water bead. However, this treasure was destroyed in my hands. Su Zimo lamented internally as well. Although he did not have the bloodline of a true dragon, he had a dragon phoenix essence spirit. There was a high chance that he could pass through the flood formation if he activated the true dragon anti-water bead with his essence spirit. However, now that the bead was shattered and completely destroyed, this method no longer worked. Chapter 1949, Challenging the Formation. Chapter 1949, Challenging the Formation. The Mirage Eye doesn't seem to be able to sense any activity within the 10 Absolute Formation? Su Zimo thought for a moment and asked. Tang Zi nodded. The 10 Absolute Formation is isolated from the world and even the Mirage Eye can't see through it. Su Zimo nodded to himself. With that, he no longer had to worry. No matter what methods he used to challenge the formation, nothing would be exposed. Of course, up till now, he had not thought of any solution. I'll return this pair of daggers to you. Su Zimo took out the dark daggers from his storage bag and threw them to Tang Zi. Euro. This time round, even Tang Zi was stunned. Her most precious personal dermic treasure was returned just like that? Initially, Su Zimo had intended to take the dark daggers for himself. It was only right for him to punish Tang Zi a little for her failed assassination attempt on him. However, now that he guessed that there was a high chance Tang Zi was here to help the Thunder Emperor, he could no longer bully her. Furthermore, although the dark daggers were sharp, they did not improve him much. If he took the pair of daggers, he would most likely just throw them into his storage bag and gradually forget about them. I'm not used to these daggers, so it's better to return them to you. Su Zimo said indifferently. After a long silence, Tang Zi raised her head and said in a serious manner, I owe you 2 favors. I'll definitely return them to you in the future. Su Zimo smiled and waved it off, heading out of the cave. Fellow Taoist. Suddenly, Tang Zi called out to Su Zimo, if you want to avoid the Mirage Eye, why don't you come over and hide beneath my black umbrella? There's no need. Rest well and recuperate. Farewell. After saying that, Su Zimo suddenly vanished and transformed into a butterfly that fluttered into the forest. 72 transformations. Tang Zi's heart skipped a beat. How many more tricks does this person have that I don't know about? Even if I'm outside and my bloodline has recovered with my combat strength at its peak, I might not be a match for this person still. What's his motive for coming to the 10 Absolute Hell? Tang Zi realized that the more she interacted with Su Zimo, the more she could not read him. The person seemed to be shrouded by a layer of fog and was unfathomable. Euro. Su Zimo left Tang Zi and flew towards the 10 Absolute Formation. Although Tang Zi failed, he did not give up. Before long, Su Zimo returned to the front of the flood formation. At that moment, the flood formation had already returned to normal and was filled with mist that was unpredictable. Su Zimo did not linger and continued around the 10 Absolute Formation. After a while, he arrived before another Immortal Formation. The Immortal Formation was red and emitted waves of heat. If he was not wrong, the Immortal Formation before him should be the Raging Flame Formation. Raging Flame Formation? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he pondered. The glint in his eyes intensified. Perhaps I can give this Immortal Formation a try. Pondering for a moment, a look of determination flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod and threw it into the Raging Flame Formation. Phew! The moment the Hell Suppression Tripod entered the Raging Flame Formation, flames ignited within. As though they had gone mad, the flames surged towards the Hell Suppression Tripod, wanting to devour and burn this foreign object into ashes. One of the walls of the Hell Suppression Tripod suddenly emitted a faint glow. The moment the flames arrived around the Hell Suppression Tripod, they were absorbed by the wall and vanished before long. The wall of the tripod devoured all the surrounding flames. Su Zimo's eyes lit up when he saw that. Success! The wall of the tripod was the side where the vermilion bird's sacred soul was sleeping. The vermilion bird was of the fire attribute and was a sacred spirit of the flames. Any flame would have to bow down in the face of the vermilion bird's sacred soul. In a flash, Su Zimo charged into the raging flame formation. Now that there was another foreign object, the raging flame formation produced flames that burned toward Su Zimo with a massive might. However, before the flames could approach Su Zimo, they were absorbed by the vermilion bird's sacred soul on the wall of the hell suppression tripod. Su Zimo was delighted. With the help of the vermilion bird's sacred soul on the hell suppression tripod, he could survive the raging flame formation even without hiding in the tripod. The hell suppression tripod hovered above his head and the surrounding flames would be absorbed by the wall the moment they approached. Initially, the vermilion bird's sacred soul on the wall of the hell suppression tripod had already fallen asleep after the battle on the Dragon Abyss Star. But now, with the endless replenishment of the raging flame formation, the vermilion bird's sacred soul was showing signs of awakening. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and headed towards the depths of the raging flame formation with a firm gaze as the hell suppression tripod hovered above his head. City Lord's residence. There seemed to be some activity outside the 10 Absolute Hell earlier on. Suddenly, the City Lord of Absolute Thunder City said, "The 5 poison black immortals died there." Perfected Immortal Jing Yu shook his head gently. "I'm not sure." Most of his attention was still placed near Su Zimo's initial cave. Prince Yuanzhua looked in the direction of the 10 Absolute Hell and his eyes flickered. "Jing Yu, there shouldn't be any problem with the 10 Absolute formation, right?" he suddenly asked. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu smiled. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The 10 Absolute formation has been set up for hundreds of thousands of years without any flaws. Back then, a perfected Immortal formation Grandmaster wanted to challenge the formation but was trapped to death inside." Prince Yuanzhua said deeply, "Back in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain, that person was like the sun in the midday skies and his reputation was unparalleled. He had many followers who had not given up all these years." Perfected Immortal Jing Yu said, "His followers have been mostly killed by King Tianhuang and the execution guards over the years. 10,000 years ago, his son was killed by the prince personally. Those nobodies are nothing to fear. If nothing happens, that would be for the best." Prince Yuanzhua nodded. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu smiled. "Your Highness, don't forget that this person's Dao fruit was completely crippled back then. Even if he can escape, he won't be able to cause much trouble. Furthermore, perfected immortals have a lifespan of 500,000 years. Now, that person's lifespan is about to be exhausted. An old man in his twilight years with a crippled Dao fruit is nothing to fear." Prince Yuanzhua gradually relaxed. However, his attention was still fixed on the 10 Absolute formation from time to time. For some reason, he felt his heart skip a beat, as though a calamity was about to descend. "Is there still nothing from Su Zimo?" he suddenly asked. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu said, "Your Highness, that person is still hiding in this cave. I wonder what he's doing inside. This person sure is patient." Prince Yuanzhua harumphed coldly. At that moment, even perfected Immortal Jing Yu did not want to pay attention to Su Zimo anymore. The many city lords and exalted immortals in the city lord's residence did not realize that the ant, lowlife and unassuming nobody in their eyes had already entered the 10 Absolute formation. As for that butterfly, there was a high chance that its wings could cause a shocking storm in Absolute Thunder City or even the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Chapter 1950, Feng Cantian. Chapter 1950, Feng Cantian. 10 Absolute Hell, Raging Flame Formation. Under the protection of the Hell Suppression Tripod, Su Zimo advanced continuously and walked further and further. As the Hell Suppression Tripod devoured more flames, the aura of the vermilion bird's sacred soul became stronger and more terrifying. Its life force circulated and could awaken at any moment. Although the hell suppression tripod could absorb the surrounding flames within the raging flame formation, the temperature within was still unimaginable. If not for the Green Lotus true body, his blood qi would have been burned dry long ago. Su Zimo's body emitted steam and his lips were already dry. In fact, there was no sweat left in his body. His vision turned blurry. Even so, Su Zimo had no intention of retreating. He locked the blood qi in his body with his powerful will and spirit consciousness and braced himself, advancing towards the center of the 10 absolute formation with a resolute gaze. After a long time, Su Zimo took a step forward and the scorching heat around him suddenly vanished. Have I cleared it? Su Zimo knelt on the ground and panted heavily, trying his best to open his eyes and look ahead. His initially blurry vision gradually became clearer. Right in front of him was a tall and thick stone pillar with 10 gigantic chains that soared through the air. The chains were attached to the 10 immortal formations on one end and coiled around the gigantic stone pillar on the other. To be precise, the 10 chains bound a person firmly to the stone pillar. From afar, the person's body was withered and skinny. His hair was long and messy, covering his face like a pile of dried weeds. Was this the Thunder Emperor? Rising slowly, Su Zimo looked at the figure on the stone pillar in a daze and a hint of sadness flashed through his heart. That high-spirited and invincible expert of the past was suppressed here for hundreds of thousands of years without seeing daylight for the sake of the lower worlds. His skin was dry like rough bark that had long lost its luster. His body was so skinny that his bones could be seen clearly. This once supreme perfected immortal no longer had his former glory. The figure's head was slumped and his aura was weak. In fact, no one even knew if he was alive. Who would have imagined that the number 1 of the heaven and earth rankings, the supreme perfected immortal whose name shook the 9 firmament immortal domain, would fall to such a tragic state? That was hundreds of thousands of years. Notwithstanding the loneliness over the years, even the mental torture of watching living beings of the lower worlds kill one another at every hunting meet was enough to crush a person completely. Prior to this, Su Zimo had a sliver of hope. He hoped that a miracle might happen. He hoped that the Thunder Emperor might be able to break free from his shackles and return to the world. However, the moment he saw the Thunder Emperor, Su Zimo realized that the latter might not be around anymore. The person before him was a scrawny old man in his twilight years. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo walked towards the stone pillar. No matter what, as long as the Thunder Emperor was still breathing, even if he was a cripple, he had to do his best to save the latter. Arriving before the stone pillar, Su Zimo shuddered and his eyes widened. There was a cold saber on the Thunder Emperor's chest that pierced his body and pinned him to the stone pillar, rendering him immobile. The blood around the wound on his chest had already dried up and some pitch-black blood clots could be seen. Not only was the Thunder Emperor locked here by 10 chains, he was even nailed by the saber for hundreds of thousands of years. Su Zimo could no longer imagine the pain the Thunder Emperor was enduring. Senior Thunder Emperor. Su Zimo called out softly with a trembling voice. A long time later, as though he had just heard Su Zimo's voice, the Thunder Emperor's head moved slightly and he raised it slowly. The Thunder Emperor opened his eyes slowly among the messy withered hair. It was as though the first light after the creation of the world had pierced through the darkness. His eyes flashed with lightning that was berserk and almost surged out. Su Zimo's eyes contained 2 divine stones, illumination and nether glow. However, the moment he met the Thunder Emperor's eyes, he felt a sharp pain. Su Zimo was shocked. Those eyes seemed to contain endless power. It was the wrath of thunder. In that moment, Su Zimo even had an illusion. It was as though the power contained in those eyes could kill him with ease. The fact that his eyes possessed such might was proof of the Thunder Emperor's peerless glory in the past. When he saw that it was Su Zimo, the Thunder Emperor seemed to be surprised as well, and the lightning in his eyes gradually calmed down. Even so, those eyes possessed a domineering power that could burst forth at any moment. "It was you?" The Thunder Emperor said. "You actually cleared the 10 Absolute formation?" "I was only lucky to clear the Raging Flame formation with the help of a treasure." Su Zimo was delighted when he saw that the Thunder Emperor was alive and said hurriedly. The Thunder Emperor raised his eyes slightly and looked at the bronze tripod above Su Zimo's head before retracting his gaze. Su Zimo bowed deeply to the Thunder Emperor and said in a deep voice, "Senior Thunder Emperor, I'm Su Zimo. Thank you for imparting the Void Thunder Manual to me." "Thunder Emperor, Thunder Emperor." The Thunder Emperor murmured softly, as though he was reminiscing. A moment later, he said, "There's no Thunder Emperor in the upper world. My name is Feng Cantian." It was only now that Su Zimo knew the Thunder Emperor's true name. The Thunder Emperor said, "I won't be able to last long being trapped here. I no longer have any regrets after imparting the cultivation technique to you. Senior, has your Tao fruit truly?" Su Zimo wanted to speak but stopped. When he saw the lightning in the Thunder Emperor's eyes earlier on, a trace of hope ignited in his heart. Perhaps the Thunder Emperor's Tao fruit was still around. "It's shattered." The Thunder Emperor's voice was calm as his spirit consciousness moved, sending a shattered Tao fruit fragment out of his consciousness. Su Zimo finally gave up completely when he saw that. Back then, Dai Yu gave him a complete Tao fruit of King Yunyu's clone. However, the Tao fruit was with the martial Tao prime body. Furthermore, even if he had a complete Tao fruit, it could not help the Thunder Emperor recover his cultivation. Tao fruits were the essence of a cultivator's lifetime of cultivation. Although it could be absorbed and refined, two completely different Tao fruits could not replace one another. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "Senior, it's fine if you lose your Tao fruit. Since I can arrive here, I can naturally take you away as well." The Thunder Emperor shook his head gently. "I'm bound by the 10 absolute chains. Furthermore, I can't escape with this saber nailed to my body." That saber was clearly not an ordinary item. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, it was still cold and sharp. The 10 absolute chains that the Thunder Emperor mentioned should be the 10 gigantic and thick chains on his body. "Senior, endure it. I'll help you pull out that saber." Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo took a step forward and gripped the handle of the saber with both hands. "Don't touch that saber." The Thunder Emperor's expression changed as he said hurriedly. Chapter 1951, Weapon Spirit Fight. Chapter 1951, Weapon Spirit Fight. It was already too late the moment the Thunder Emperor's voice sounded. Su Zimo's hands were already gripping the handle of the saber. He shuddered and his eyes widened. At that moment, countless killing scenes appeared before his eyes. Blood chi filled the air and many tragic tortures surged into his mind. His head felt like it was about to explode. Su Zimo had never felt such a terrifying killing intent from a saber. The berserk power of the saber surged into Su Zimo's body and rampaged, destroying life wherever it passed. Instantly, the surface of Su Zimo's body split open and a blood mist burst forth. "Ah!" Unable to endure the pain, Su Zimo roared into the skies with a menacing expression and his features contorted. Boom! Su Zimo's consciousness was in chaos. The Creation Lotus platform spun continuously and released a green glow. 81 green lotus seeds circled around the green lotus essence spirit, forming a barrier that isolated the invading killing chi. Su Zimo could no longer conceal his green lotus bloodline and released it completely. Beams of rich green light acted on the wounds and released a tremendous amount of life force to repair them. However, the power of the saber was way too ferocious. Even the green lotus true body could not defend against it. His current resistance merely bought some time. The Thunder Emperor was even more surprised. He had been pinned to the stone pillar by the saber for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one knew better than him how terrifying it was. That was King Tianhuang's weapon, the true execution saber. Every single execution guard wielded an execution saber. However, those execution sabers were merely replicas of this saber and only looked the same. Even Heaven Immortals would have difficulty escaping unscathed from the execution saber before them, let alone a black immortal. However, the young man before him was not killed by the execution saber right away. In the Thunder Emperor's vision, Su Zimo's figure had already turned blurry, and in his place was a jade-green lotus that soared into the skies. The lotus stem was upright and its leaves were crystalline. A single sway from it seemed like it could shake the world. Creation Green Lotus. The Thunder Emperor's gaze intensified as he recognized the origin of the green lotus. "Let go!" the Thunder Emperor hollered. Although he was trapped and could not move, he released a powerful spirit consciousness that struck Su Zimo's chest. Bang! Su Zimo was sent flying and his hands left the execution saber. Su Zimo spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Although the entire process sounded slow, in reality, only an instant had passed before the Thunder Emperor saved him. However, even at that moment, the execution saber caused immense damage to him. "Lad, are you crazy?" the Thunder Emperor hollered softly, "Hurry and leave this place." Clang! Suddenly, the execution saber trembled gently, as though it was excited. "This is bad. The weapon spirits of this saber have awakened." The Thunder Emperor had a grim expression. "Damn it!" Su Zimo cursed and held the Hell Suppression tripod. He glared at the execution saber and grit his teeth. "At most, I'll use the Hell Suppression tripod to devour this lousy saber." The Thunder Emperor frowned. "This is King Tianhuang's execution saber, a grotto heaven spirit treasure that contains endless punishment and killing power. The lousy tripod in your hands can't defend against it at all. You have the Green Lotus bloodline. If you can cultivate a grade 12 creation Green Lotus, you might have a chance to save me. Hurry and leave now." The Thunder Emperor was not wrong. However, there was something he did not say. He did not know how long it would take for Su Zimo to cultivate to the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. He might not be able to last till then. Clang! Right then, the execution saber sounded once more. Suddenly, two phantom sabers burst forth from the saber. One represented punishment and the other represented killing as they slashed towards Su Zimo. "It's over." The Thunder Emperor sighed internally. The weapon spirits in the execution saber had been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years and were now completely awake. The pair of weapon spirits were born from King Tianhuang and were incomparably violent. They would definitely not let Su Zimo leave alive. The two weapon spirits of the execution saber were filled with killing intent and charged towards Su Zimo excitedly. Su Zimo knew how powerful it was and shielded the Hell Suppression tripod in front of him hurriedly. Clang! The two phantom sabers struck the Hell Suppression tripod with a sharp sound. The Thunder Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Under normal circumstances, there was no way that battered bronze tripod could defend against the power of the execution saber's weapon spirits. However, when the weapon spirits of the execution saber stood on the bronze tripod earlier on, they were repelled. Sensing the killing intent, one of the walls of the Hell Suppression tripod shone red. Screech! The sound of a phoenix's cry suddenly sounded, comparable to the sound of the execution saber. Immediately after, a blazing flame surged out of the Hell Suppression tripod and burned the surrounding void red. The figure of an immortal bird gradually appeared in the flames. The weapon spirit within the bronze tripod is still alive despite its battered state? The Thunder Emperor was even more surprised. This immortal bird was far from the massive body of the phoenix race. When its wings were spread, it was less than 10 feet long. However, it was bathed in flames and exuded an aura that surpassed all living beings. Its gaze was cold and emotionless. Vermilion bird, sacred soul. The Thunder Emperor recognized the origin of the immortal bird right away. The bloodline of the vermilion bird, sacred soul, was even superior to the phoenix, and it was the true progenitor god that controlled flames. Hell Suppression Tripod, that name sounds familiar, as though I've heard of it before. The Thunder Emperor murmured softly, as though he recalled something. A dermic treasure or weapon that could use the vermilion bird as a weapon spirit was definitely not a nameless item. Ding! Screech! Right then, the three weapon spirits were already fighting. The saber beam filled the air and flames surged. Although the vermilion bird sacred soul was strong, the two weapon spirits of the execution saber were even more ferocious and suppressed the vermilion bird sacred soul completely. Actually, when Su Zimo heard that the saber was a Grotto Heaven spirit treasure, he had already realized that the Hell Suppression Tripod might not be a match for the other party. It was not because the Hell Suppression Tripod was inferior to the execution saber. It was because the four walls of the Hell Suppression Tripod were only half repaired and its strength was worlds apart from the Emperor weapons at their peak. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, even with the help of the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, the Hell Suppression Tripod could only suppress a pure Yang spirit treasure like the God Fiend Soul Summoning Banner. Pure Yang spirit treasures were still considered as perfected immortal weapons. However, Grotto Heaven spirit treasures were immortal king weapons. Given the Hell Suppression Tripod's current capabilities, it could not devour the execution saber even if it did not resist. Back then, the reason why the Hell Suppression Tripod could devour, absorb and refine a Grotto Heaven spirit treasure was because it was destroyed by the black hole in the starry skies. As for the execution saber, although it had slept for hundreds of thousands of years, it was still incomparably violent and sharp. In just a moment, the vermilion bird sacred soul was severely injured by the two weapon spirits of the execution saber, and it was only a matter of time before it was defeated. If the vermilion bird sacred soul was defeated, it would fall asleep once more and Su Zimo would lose his greatest backing. Chapter 1952, Breaking Free of the Seal. Chapter 1952, Breaking Free of the Seal. Su Zimo watched everything unfold helplessly. There was no way he could interfere in a battle of this level. Su Zimo, pull out the execution saber. Right then, the Thunder Emperor's voice sounded. Although it was calm, there was an inexplicable power behind it. Su Zimo was severely injured when he tried to withdraw the saber earlier on. However, when he heard the Thunder Emperor's words, he did not hesitate. Taking a deep breath of air, he strode forward and grabbed the execution saber. In midair, the two weapon spirits of the execution saber noticed this as well and suddenly became extremely nervous. They abandoned the vermilion bird sacred soul that was about to shatter and turned their blades towards Su Zimo. Sensing the killing intent behind him, Su Zimo was delighted instead of alarmed. He realized that there was a high chance that the execution saber was the key. Stop them! Su Zimo shouted. The vermilion bird sacred soul roared and the flames in its body burst forth, charging towards the two saber phantoms. It could not hold on for much longer, and its choice this time round was merely a desperate attack to buy time. The moment the three weapon spirits collided, Su Zimo grabbed the execution saber once more. The power of punishment and killing reappeared in his mind and surged into his body. However, because the weapon spirits were not around, the power was much weaker. Ah! Enduring the pain, Su Zimo's eyes widened as he roared. His blood chi surged as he gripped the handle of the execution saber and yanked it outside. The speed of the execution saber's withdrawal was extremely slow. In fact, Su Zimo could even hear the sound of the saber slicing through the Thunder Emperor's bones. Right from the beginning, the Thunder Emperor's face did not change, as though he could not feel any pain. However, the lightning in his eyes intensified. Boom! The outcome of the fight between the weapon spirits was already decided. The vermilion bird sacred soul dissipated and turned into a red streak of light, entering the wall of the hell suppression tripod once more to fall into a deep sleep. As for the two weapon spirits of the execution saber, although they suffered quite a blow and dimmed slightly, they were still intact and charged toward Su Zimo. Poof! Finally, Su Zimo pulled out the execution saber. However, that short process almost exhausted all his strength. The Green Lotus true body was severely injured as well. Unable to hold on, Su Zimo slumped to the ground weakly. The killing intent behind him was cold and he did not even have the strength to turn back. He could only pant heavily and remain motionless with a dispirited expression. Humph! Just as the two weapon spirits were about to slice Su Zimo into two, a cold harumph sounded and the void trembled. The two weapon spirits paused for a moment as well. The Thunder Emperor spoke. Instinctively, Su Zimo looked up. The shocking wound on the Thunder Emperor's chest was healing slowly. The aura of the Thunder Emperor became stronger as well and the lightning in his eyes intensified with endless might. The two weapon spirits seemed wary and hesitant. However, after a brief pause, the two weapon spirits were enraged and slashed toward Su Zimo still. Suddenly, two streaks of lightning burst forth from the Thunder Emperor's eyes. At that moment, the entire world seemed to be filled with lightning. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the two lightning bolts struck the two weapon spirits. Electric arcs flashed and crackled on the two weapon spirits. The two weapon spirits trembled and lamented, as though they were in immense pain. Su Zimo was dumbstruck. The two weapon spirits had just suppressed the vermilion bird sacred soul and were intact. Now, they were suppressed by a single gaze from the Thunder Emperor. Could it be? Su Zimo thought of a possibility and his eyes lit up. Right then, as though they realized something, the two weapon spirits no longer chased after Su Zimo. Instead, they turned around and returned to the execution saber instantly. Ding! The blade quivered slightly and transformed into a streak of light that tore through the firmaments, speeding into the distance. That was a spirit treasure. It was already sentient and could judge the situation to avoid danger. The Thunder Emperor did not attack as he looked at the departing execution saber. His strength had yet to recover completely and he could not retain the Grotto Heaven spirit treasure. The Thunder Emperor's spirit consciousness moved and the initially shattered Dao fruit in front of him turned into streaks of lightning that entered Su Zimo's body like raindrops. Ah! Su Zimo cried out in pain and his body curled uncontrollably, trembling. Electric arcs flashed on his body and seeped into his flesh, bones and organs through his pores. Su Zimo had cultivated the Void Thunder Manual to begin with and did not reject the power of the Dao fruit. When he withdrew the saber earlier on, there was still a lot of punishment and killing power left in his body. But now, all of that power was purged away by the power of thunder that surged in. A moment later, when the pain gradually dissipated, Su Zimo was shocked to discover that his injuries had mostly healed. Every single move he made seemed even more powerful than before. Senior. With a swoosh, Su Zimo stood up from the ground. His face was rosy and he could move freely. I've sealed these Dao fruit fragments into your body temporarily with dermic powers. The Thunder Emperor said, given your current cultivation, it's difficult for you to absorb and refine them completely. They might be able to help you in the future. Thank you, Senior. Su Zimo bowed hurriedly in thanks. That was the Dao fruit of a peerless perfected immortal. Even though it was already shattered and battered, the remaining fragments possessed unimaginable might. Crack! Right then, a strange sound came from the Thunder Emperor. Su Zimo focused his gaze. One of the chains on the Thunder Emperor's body had already snapped. The lightning in the Thunder Emperor's eyes intensified and his skinny body shuddered once more. Crack! With another crisp sound, a second chain broke. The 10 absolute chains were broken by the Thunder Emperor's own power. The power of the 10 absolute chains came from the 10 absolute hell. The 10 absolute hell was so terrifying that it could even kill perfected immortal experts. Now that the Thunder Emperor could break the chains himself, what did that mean? The 2 chains snapped and the Thunder Emperor's hands broke free. His skinny hands grabbed another 2 chains and squeezed. Crack! The 2 chains snapped at the same time. As though he could read the confusion in Su Zimo's eyes, the Thunder Emperor smiled. The 10 absolute hell and 10 absolute chains alone won't be able to trap me. All these years, the only thing that trapped me here was that execution saber. When you pulled out that saber for me, it was equivalent to you removing the greatest seal on my body. Boom! The moment he said that, the Thunder Emperor exerted strength and a loud bang sounded. The remaining 6 chains snapped at the same time. The 10 absolute formation shook and the formation eyes shattered, creating massive storms in the immortal formation that were extremely chaotic. The aura of the Thunder Emperor rose continuously, as though a terrifying god was awakening and returning. Chapter 1953, Unstoppable. Chapter 1953, Unstoppable. City Lords' Residence. Many city lords and exalted immortals toasted and looked at the mirage mirror, chatting merrily. The fight in the 10 absolute hell intensified. In less than 2 days, more than half of the 100,000 black immortals had died. Apart from the massacre of many black immortals, more than half of them were killed by the earth demons who had awakened in the 10 absolute hell. More and more earth demons awakened and the remaining black immortals had less room to survive. Right then, the weather above Absolute Thunder City changed. The skies were initially clear. However, for some reason, dark clouds surged over as though someone had splashed ink on them in an unfathomable manner. Black clouds blanketed the city and the skies gradually darkened. The atmosphere in Absolute Thunder City turned tense. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu frowned and looked up. This had never happened since the establishment of Absolute Thunder City. What happened? Why is there such a phenomenon in the skies? Did something happen in the city? Many exalted immortals exchanged glances with bewildered expressions. Most of them were heaven immortal experts. At their cultivation realm, they knew that such a universal phenomenon would not happen without reason. Prince Yuanzhua narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he felt a sense of trepidation. As time passed by, the dark clouds in the skies grew thicker and gathered above Absolute Thunder City without dispersing. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a dull thunderclap sounded from the depths of the dark clouds. Although the sound of thunder was not loud, everyone was shocked when they heard it. Ever since Absolute Thunder City was established, all the power of thunder had gone extinct. For hundreds of thousands of years, there had been no sound of thunder in the skies of Absolute Thunder City. How is that possible? The city lord of Absolute Thunder City murmured softly with a shocked expression. As though he recalled something, he suddenly turned around and looked at the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar in the city. The Divine Pillar was still standing in the center of the ancient city, towering into the clouds without much change. The Divine Pillar is fine. What happened? The city lord of Absolute Thunder City was even more puzzled. Right then, Lu Yu pointed at the mirage mirror and suddenly exclaimed, "Look! What's wrong? What happened?" Many exalted immortals were attracted by the dark clouds and thunder above them and no one looked at the mirage mirror. At that moment, they asked hurriedly. Lu Yu said, there seemed to be a saber beam that charged out of the 10 absolute formation earlier on. The speed of the saber beam was so fast that he could not be sure and his tone was hesitant. What saber beam? Are you sure it came from the 10 absolute hell? Perfected Immortal Jingyu's heart skipped a beat as though he recalled something. Suddenly, he became nervous and asked. I didn't see it clearly either. Perhaps I was wrong. Lu Yu felt nervous when he was questioned by Perfected Immortal Jingyu. Boom! Right then, a loud bang sounded beneath everyone's feet. Immediately after, the ground before everyone split open and a cold and murderous saber tore through the ground, leaving Absolute Thunder City and speeding into the distance. It's the execution saber! Perfected Immortal Jingyu exclaimed when he saw it clearly. The expression of Prince Yuanzhua changed starkly. The surrounding city lords and exalted immortals were shocked as well. They knew what was in the 10 Absolute Formation and who was stabbed by the execution saber. But now, what did it mean for the execution saber to leave the 10 Absolute Formation? Right then, the scene in the Mirage Mirror suddenly shook. Everyone stared at the Mirage Mirror and saw a tremendous change in the 10 Absolute Formation. There were layers of storms in the Immortal Formation. The 10 Immortal Formations were in complete chaos. This is bad. The Immortal Formation has been dispelled. Perfected Immortal Jingyu frowned and said in a deep voice, this means that the formation eyes of the 10 Immortal Formations have already shattered. What's going on? Isn't that sinner of the lower worlds crippled? How did he escape? Was he helped? Many city lords and exalted immortals stood up with nervous expressions as a commotion broke out in the crowd. Even these exalted immortals were so nervous, let alone the earth immortals and guards of the city lords' residence. To them, that sinner of the lower worlds was a taboo legend. He was the supreme perfected immortal of the past and reigned across the entire immortal king realm. At his peak, he swept through the entire 9 Firmament immortal domain. Who could match his edge? Although Prince Yuanzhua was only an earth immortal, he was extremely calm under such circumstances without any hint of panic. Everyone, calm down. Perfected Immortal Jingyu took a deep breath and swept his gaze across the city lords and exalted immortals, emitting a powerful might. Everyone in the city lords' residence gradually quietened down. Normally, Perfected Immortal Jingyu had a kind expression and was easygoing. However, when he encountered such a major event, he displayed the might of a county governor. Perfected Immortal Jingyu said in a deep voice, everyone, don't forget that this is Absolute Thunder City. It was specially established to suppress that sinner of the lower worlds. Furthermore, that sinner's Tao fruit is already crippled and has been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if he can break out of the formation, how capable is he? Perfected Immortal Jingyu's words calmed everyone down gradually. That's right. The city lord of Absolute Thunder City sneered, the essence of a perfected immortal's lifetime of cultivation is condensed in their Tao fruit. Once their Tao fruit is shattered, even if that sinner manages to escape, his combat strength will only be similar to a heaven immortal at most. At that time, even I will be able to suppress and imprison him once more. The county governor won't even have to step in. All right. Prince Yuanzhua clapped and praised with a satisfied expression. The city lord of Mufeng City was rather young and stood up as well. Raising his head slightly, he sneered, that sinner has been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years and his blood qi is weak. In my opinion, he might not even be able to defeat me. Mufeng City was not big and the city lord was a grade 9 earth immortal. Boom! Right then, the ground beneath everyone's feet trembled. Everyone looked at the mirage mirror hurriedly. The clouds of the 10 Absolute Formation gradually thinned, revealing a stone pillar in the middle. Through the clouds, one could vaguely see a skinny figure standing beneath the stone pillar. He was skinny and his hair was withered, as though a gust of wind could blow him over. Beneath the figure's feet were snapped chains that had clearly just been broken free. Not far away from that figure, there seemed to be another figure that could not be seen clearly. That's the sinner from the lower worlds? Ha ha ha. Indeed, this sinner has already fallen to such a state. I can probably kill him with a single finger. The city lord of Mufeng City was young and arrogant and could not help but burst into laughter. The crowd burst into laughter as well. Suddenly, the skinny figure raised his head and his messy hair fell to both sides, revealing a pair of eyes. His eyes surged with lightning and were incomparably blinding. Ah! A series of tragic cries sounded from the city lord's residence. The cultivators who met with those eyes closed their eyes with pained expressions. Some Earth Immortals, including the city lord of Mufeng City who was laughing earlier on, had blood flowing out from their eyes through their fingers in a terrifying manner. Their eyes were blinded just by meeting those lightning eyes. What was even more frightening was that they were not looking at one another directly. It was through the mirage eye. Chapter 1954, Essence Qi Absorption. Chapter 1954, Essence Qi Absorption. Some of the Heaven Immortal experts in the City Lord's residence could not withstand it either and felt their eyes sting. They hurriedly averted their gazes and did not dare to look. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's eyes widened and shone brightly. His eyes seemed to have formed two ancient mirrors. He wanted to see the situation inside clearly. Boom! However, right then, the mirage eye could not withstand the pair of lightning eyes and shattered instantly. Cracks appeared on the mirage mirror and it exploded. At the same time, dark clouds rumbled in the skies of Absolute Thunder City and thunder crackled. In fact, resplendent lightning appeared in the dark clouds, as though it was tearing the gigantic black cloth in the firmaments into countless pieces. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu clenched his fists instinctively. The power of the Thunder Emperor was much stronger than he had imagined. However, how was that possible? How could someone with a crippled Dao fruit possess such a violent and domineering power? 10 Absolute Hell. The many black immortals of the lower world who were initially killing one another stopped and looked in the direction of the 10 Absolute formation with frightened expressions. Even the earth demons that were killing wantonly chose to sprawl on the ground and tremble. Their senses towards danger were even sharper. The earth demons could sense that an extremely terrifying existence was awakening from its slumber within the 10 Absolute formation. Nobody knew what exactly happened. However, the entire 10 Absolute Hell shook as though it could collapse at any moment. Tang Zi clenched her fists and stood in the forest, looking in the direction of the 10 Absolute formation with disbelief in her eyes. Even with her temperament, she could not contain her emotions at the moment. Could it be? She did not dare to imagine. She was worried that the greater her hope, the greater her disappointment. In the 10 Absolute formation, Su Zimo looked at the Thunder Emperor before him in a daze with a shocked expression. He could sense an unimaginable terrifying power from the Thunder Emperor's skinny and withered body, as though it could explode at any moment. Senior, why are you? Apart from shock, Su Zimo was even more puzzled. He saw with his own eyes that the Thunder Emperor's Dao fruit had already shattered. How could a person with a shattered Dao fruit release such a terrifying power upon escaping after being suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years? As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, the Thunder Emperor smiled. Indeed, my Dao fruit is gone. However, for the past hundreds of thousands of years, I was trapped here and could not move at all. Because of that, I comprehended something new. I'll impart these remaining comprehensions to you. Given your talent, you'll definitely be able to comprehend them one day. The moment he said that, a stream of spirit consciousness surged into Su Zimo's consciousness. The Thunder Emperor imparted all the comprehensions that he had yet to complete to Su Zimo without holding back at all. Absolute Thunder City will be in chaos soon and I won't be able to take care of you. Be careful and leave in the chaos. Su Zimo was still digesting the spirit consciousness when the Thunder Emperor's voice sounded once more. Shrugging his head, Su Zimo took a deep breath and looked up. The Thunder Emperor rose slowly and flew towards the skies of the 10 Absolute Hell. The aura released by the skinny and withered figure became increasingly terrifying and attracted the gazes of all living beings in the 10 absolute hell. Many black immortals and living beings were inexplicably terrified. Tang Zi was agitated and her lips quivered, as though she wanted to call out to something. However, she did not say anything in the end. Arriving above the 10 absolute hell, the Thunder Emperor raised his head in rage. Suddenly, he reached out and punched above his head. That skinny fist was not much bigger than an infant's fist. However, that punch caused the world to collapse. The 10 absolute hell was penetrated. The Thunder Emperor rose the entire way and nothing could stop him. Boom! Boom! Finally, the ground of the city lord's residence exploded and the Thunder Emperor burst forth. Crack! Instantly, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm descended from the skies of Absolute Thunder City and struck the Thunder Emperor. There was no pain on the Thunder Emperor's face. Instead, the lightning in his eyes intensified. Even his flesh seemed to have filled up a little. For others, the thunderbolt would cause immense damage. However, it was a great tonic for the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's eyes shone with lightning and were blinding. Everywhere his gaze landed, the void would tremble and distort. The mountains and halls in the city lord's residence were collapsing as well, they could not withstand his lightning eyes. Not many people in the city lord's residence could match him. The Thunder Emperor took a deep breath and the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi surged into his body continuously. His body expanded bit by bit as well and his shriveled flesh filled up, even his skin had a rosy glow. When he saw that, Su Zimo vaguely realized that the Thunder Emperor had locked the essence chi in his body with supreme dermic powers over the years to defend against the corrosion of time. Now that he was free, the Thunder Emperor broke through the 10 absolute hell and devoured heaven and earth essence chi, releasing the essence chi in his body. His strength and condition were recovering rapidly. The Thunder Emperor stood in midair and lightning flashed on his body, as though he wanted to trample the entire Absolute Thunder City beneath his feet with a peerless might. The City Lord of Absolute Thunder City and the sect masters of the Immortal sects were all stunned by the Thunder Emperor's aura and did not dare to advance. Right now, perfected Immortal Jingyu was the only one who could defend against the aura of the Thunder Emperor. Feng Cantian, it's indeed you. Perfected Immortal Jingyu stood up slowly as well and faced the Thunder Emperor in midair, shouting. Who are you? The Thunder Emperor glanced at perfected Immortal Jingyu and said casually. I'm the Green Cloud County Governor and my Dao title is Jingyu. Perfected Immortal Jingyu said in a deep voice. Oh. The Thunder Emperor replied indifferently, I have some impression of you. Back when I was acquainted with Sima, you were merely his disciple. How dare you? Perfected Immortal Jingyu hollered, today is no longer the same as before. How dare you call King Jin by his name? Humph. The Thunder Emperor's cold harumph was like thunder. He's been conferred the title of King Jin, huh? The Thunder Emperor glared at perfected Immortal Jingyu coldly and sneered, so what if I call him by his name? Feng Cantian, your Dao fruit is crippled and you're merely putting on a strong front now. There's no need for you to bluff here. Perfected Immortal Jingyu had a fearless expression and his aura rose continuously as he shouted, I can suppress you just for the fact that you called King Jin by his name. Oh. Feel free to try. There was no hint of fear on the Thunder Emperor's face. Kill. Perfected Immortal Jingyu attacked directly and conjured hand seals with both hands. A divine light burst forth from his glabella and entered his palms, forming a gigantic saber with his true essence that slashed down at the Thunder Emperor. He knew very well that the Thunder Emperor was recovering his essence chi after escaping. The longer things dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor did not dodge or avoid. He extended his palm and grabbed the void. Lightning surged in his palm and in the blink of an eye, a lightning spear was formed. It emitted a terrifying aura and was thrown towards perfected immortal Jingyu. Boom! The saber and spear collided with a loud bang. Chapter 1955, Sea of Lightning. Chapter 1955, Sea of Lightning. Berserk power splattered everywhere and almost half the city lord's residence was overturned, causing the world to tremble. The saber and spear dissipated at the same time. Perfected immortal Jingyu did not gain any advantage in this clash. True essence. Perfected immortal Jingyu exclaimed, "How is that possible? How can you condense true essence with your Dao fruit shattered?" After cultivating to the perfected one realm and condensing a Dao fruit, all the essence qi would be absorbed and refined by the Dao fruit before flowing into the body, forming an extremely condensed and pure power. That was true essence. Not only that, true essence contained the Dao and dermic arts of cultivators. Therefore, after cultivating to the perfected one realm and becoming a perfected immortal, even if it was just an ordinary attack or the most ordinary dermic art, it was enough to crush many divine powers and secret skills. Even if a heaven immortal expert released a supreme divine power, it would be difficult for him to defend against the power of true essence. Of course, it would be a different story for peerless divine powers. Under normal circumstances, true essence could not be condensed if the Dao fruit was shattered. That was also the reason why perfected immortal Jingyu was so confident that he could suppress the Thunder Emperor. However, he had not expected that the lightning spear conjured by the Thunder Emperor would contain the power of true essence as well. Fu. The Thunder Emperor smiled with a proud expression and said slowly, "My Dao fruit was indeed crippled by Tianhuang. However, I didn't waste my time for the past hundreds of thousands of years. Since the Dao fruit is shattered, I'll replace it with a sea of lightning." The moment he said that, another series of deafening thunderclaps sounded from the firmaments, as though the heavens were enraged and wanted to send down a lightning punishment. The dark clouds above Absolute Thunder City spun slowly as though they were drawn in by some power, forming a gigantic black cloud vortex. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled endlessly in the vortex. At the center of the vortex, the lightning condensed, intensified and eventually turned into a gigantic thunderbolt that descended on the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor stood in midair and looked up at the firmaments without dodging. He was bathed in lightning and was insufferably arrogant, like a god that controlled thunder. The Thunder Emperor opened his glabella and revealed his consciousness. Due to the shattered Dao fruit, the Thunder Emperor's consciousness was dilapidated and was even filled with holes. At that moment, some lightning had already accumulated in those pits. It could not be considered as a sea of lightning. At best, it could only be considered as a pit of lightning. However, as time passed by, more and more power of thunder surged into his consciousness and the pits gradually connected, forming a lake of lightning. Everyone else was merely shocked and they saw that. However, Su Zimo, who obtained the Thunder Emperor's legacy, had a flash of realization. Establishment post-destruction, creation of the Sea of Lightning after the Dao fruit is shattered. A few incantations from the Void Thunder Manual surfaced in Su Zimo's mind. Those incantations were clearly comprehended by the Thunder Emperor over the past hundreds of thousands of years. To think that. Su Zimo murmured softly in admiration. The Thunder Emperor was extremely talented and did not give up after his Dao fruit was destroyed. Instead, he created a new Dao technique and reconstructed his shattered consciousness, transforming it into a sea of lightning to replace the Dao fruit. Now that the Thunder Emperor had broken free and absorbed the lightning, his cultivation and strength were recovering rapidly as well. As long as he had time, he could definitely return to his peak and might even be stronger than before. The dark clouds above Absolute Thunder City became thicker and thicker. The light of thunder was dazzling and ordinary cultivators could not look at it directly. The Thunder Emperor's aura rose continuously and lightning gathered around him, almost forming an ocean. The withered yellow hair on the Thunder Emperor's head fell off before growing back. His body was also recovering rapidly and his skin regained its luster. His face was rosy and the aura of twilight around him was swept away. Jingyu, didn't you say that he's at the end of his lifespan? When Prince Yuanzhua saw that, he was enraged and a hint of panic finally appeared in his eyes. Ha ha ha. The Thunder Emperor burst into laughter. A bunch of ignorant juniors. Back when King Tianhuang plotted against me, I was already half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. My lifespan broke free from the shackles of heaven and earth and reached 1,000,000 years, no different from an immortal king. It was only at that moment that Su Zimo knew that the so-called immortal king was not a cultivation realm, but a title similar to Heaven Immortal or Perfected Immortal. Black Essence Realm, Earth Essence Realm, Heaven Essence Realm, Perfected One Realm. The Grotto Heaven realm was above the Perfected One realm. One could only be conferred kingship after entering the Grotto Heaven realm. Although the Thunder Emperor's Dao fruit was crippled by King Tianhuang, his lifespan did not decrease because of that. Now that the Thunder Emperor had escaped, although his strength had yet to recover, the methods he displayed had already exceeded everyone's expectations. The skinny old man had already vanished. In his place in midair was a peerless expert who was handsome and possessed a torrential aura with lightning eyes. This expert was suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years and tortured. But now that he was free, the world was shocked. Most of the Black Immortals in the 10 Absolute Hell were stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. If they were embroiled in a battle with an expert of this level, they might not even survive with a body remaining. The hunting meet was not over yet. Under normal circumstances, no one was allowed to leave without permission. Otherwise, they would be killed by the hunting ranking. Furthermore, the 10 Absolute Hell was established deep underground. Although many Black Immortals could rise into the air, the height they could reach was limited to 80 to 90 feet. Therefore, most Black Immortals remained in the 10 Absolute Hell to watch. Of course, there were also a few people who chose to escape from the 10 Absolute Hell. Su Zimo was one of them. The 10 Absolute Hell was 1,000 feet beneath the ground. For others, it was difficult to reach. However, it was not difficult for Su Zimo. He did not use the rock wings. There were many people here and he would not expose his trump cards unless he had no other choice. Releasing ethereal wings, Su Zimo rose into the air and flew towards the city lord's residence. Of course, the speed of ethereal wings was far inferior compared to the rock wings. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he sensed someone staring at him not far away. He turned back expressionlessly. On the other side, a purple figure flew into the air as well with lightning flashing on its body at an astonishing speed. Tang Zi. At that moment, Tang Zi's aura was clearly much stronger than in the 10 Absolute Hell. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zi overtook Su Zimo. As they brushed shoulders, Tang Zi's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind, "I wasn't at my peak strength in the 10 Absolute Hell. Let's fight again if there's a chance. Also, I owe you 2 favors. I'll definitely return them." Su Zimo smiled without saying anything. He sensed a familiar aura from Tang Zi. If he was not wrong, Tang Zi had cultivated the Void Thunder Manual as well. However, he did not know where she learned it or what it had to do with the Thunder Emperor. Before long, Su Zimo ascended to the city lord's residence and left amidst the chaos. He hid in a corner of Absolute Thunder City and watched the figure in midair. Chapter 1956, 11 Perfected Immortals. Chapter 1956, 11 Perfected Immortals. I can't let him continue devouring lightning. Perfected Immortal Jingyu had a grim expression. He could clearly see that the number of lakes in the Thunder Emperor's consciousness was increasing. If the Thunder Emperor were to continue devouring and connecting the lakes, there was a chance that a sea of lightning would be formed. At that time, there would probably be no one in Absolute Thunder City who could suppress this person. Feng Cantian, you want to make use of thunder to cultivate in Absolute Thunder City? What a joke. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's hands changed rapidly as he conjured hand seals and pointed to the gigantic stone pillar with chains in the middle of Absolute Thunder City, hollering softly, "Break." The runes on the stone pillar lit up rapidly with a mysterious glow. Immediately after, the runes gathered rapidly and formed a gigantic beam of light that surged into the skies, entering the dark clouds above Absolute Thunder City. Boom! There was a loud bang. The dark cloud vortex in the firmaments was smashed into pieces. Even the dark clouds showed signs of dissipating. The thunderbolt between the dark clouds and the Thunder Emperor was severed instantly as well. The Thunder Emperor turned around and his eyes shone with lightning as they landed on the stone pillar in the middle of Absolute Thunder City. Good, good, good. This isn't done by Tianhuang, he's not capable of this. The Thunder Emperor nodded slowly. When the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar was created, the Thunder Emperor was already suppressed in the 10 Absolute Hell. However, he could tell right away who created the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. Sima. The Thunder Emperor called out the name of King Jin and clenched his fists. Suddenly, 2 blinding thunderbolts burst forth from his eyes and struck the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar instantly. The thunderbolts collided with the Divine Pillar silently. Even perfected Immortal Jing Yu had to defend against the power of thunder in the Thunder Emperor's eyes with all his might. However, there were no ripples when it landed on the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. The thunderbolt seemed to have been absorbed by the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar like a rock sinking into the ocean. The dark clouds in the skies gradually dispersed as well. It was no lie that absolutely no thunder was allowed. Humph. The Thunder Emperor harumphed coldly and attacked once more. He pointed forward and a thunderbolt burst forth from his fingertip, landing on the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. It burst forth rapidly and formed a lightning cage, trapping the latter within. Lightning crackled and flashed within the cage. However, before long, the lightning was absorbed by the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar and vanished. The Thunder Emperor's attack was futile once more. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. Feng Cantian, give up. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu sneered, King Jin established this Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar personally. Even if you recover to your peak strength, you won't be able to shake it. Jing Yu, hurry and suppress him. Prince Yuanzhua felt uneasy and could not help but urge. Don't worry, Your Highness. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu smiled gently. The reason why Absolute Thunder City was established for hundreds of thousands of years was to suppress this sinner of the lower worlds. All these years, it's definitely not a fluke that Absolute Thunder City has stood strong. That's because apart from me, there are other perfected immortals in Absolute Thunder City. Prince Yuanzhua was slightly stunned. Are you serious? Even he did not know about this. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu said, back in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain, the sinner of this lower worlds was extremely famous and had many followers. In order to prevent any accidents, King Jin made such an arrangement. Right then, a commotion broke out in Absolute Thunder City as incomparably powerful auras burst forth. Boom! A figure rose from the east. Although his hair was already white, his body was shrouded by true essence and his aura was powerful. Boom! Another figure descended in the northwest direction with a horsetail whip in his hands. Although he was older, he was hale and hearty and had a burning gaze. Boom! 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 Figures broke out of seclusion one after another and descended in Absolute Thunder City. Most of those figures were arranged by King Jin hundreds of thousands of years ago to guard this place. By now, they were already in their later years. Even so, the auras of those old men were comparable to perfected Immortal Jing Yu. Su Zimo took a glance. There were a total of 10 perfected immortal experts that corresponded to the 10 absolute formation. Including perfected immortal Jingyu, there were 11 perfected immortals. If it was hundreds of thousands of years ago, even if there were 10 times more, the Thunder Emperor would not take notice of them, let alone 11 perfected immortals. However, the Thunder Emperor had just escaped and his strength was far from returning to its peak. The Thunder Emperor did not gain any advantage against perfected immortal Jingyu earlier on. Furthermore, this was Absolute Thunder City, and with a divine object like the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar, the strength of the Thunder Emperor was obviously under immense suppression. Moreover, Su Zimo knew one thing better than anyone else. The wound on the Thunder Emperor's chest had not healed completely. The wound left behind by the Grotto Heaven Spirit Treasure, the Execution Saber, that was nailed to the stone pillar for hundreds of thousands of years could not be healed so easily. Feng Cantian, do you still recognize me? On the east, an old perfected immortal walked slowly in the direction of the Thunder Emperor and hollered. It was you? The Thunder Emperor raised his brow slightly and smiled. Back at the 9 Firmament Immortal meet, you could not even defend against a single gaze of mine. Now, you still have the guts to stand in front of me? That was back then. When the perfected immortal old man heard that, his face turned slightly red as he grit his teeth and said hatefully, back then, you were so domineering and unparalleled. It was because of that battle back then that my Tao heart was damaged and my cultivation hasn't advanced at all. Oh, so it's my fault? The Thunder Emperor sneered, given your magnanimity, even without that defeat, this would be the limits of your accomplishment. Bullshit. The perfected immortal old man was enraged and cursed. Back then, although they were both perfected immortal experts, he was defeated by a single gaze from the Thunder Emperor in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain and became a joke. Later on, when he heard that the Thunder Emperor was in trouble, he took the initiative to guard the latter to vent the hatred in his heart. However, his Tao heart injuries had not healed all these years. Now that the Thunder Emperor was bringing up the past, new injuries were added to his Tao heart even before his old injuries were healed. Brother Tian Ku, why argue with him? Another perfected immortal old man sneered, he's been imprisoned and suppressed beneath Absolute Thunder City for hundreds of thousands of years in a dark place. His situation isn't much better. Humph, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. The perfected immortal old man in the north mocked. The supreme perfected immortal of the past has already fallen from grace. All your glory has become the past. Feng Cantian, you didn't know what's good for you back then and even wanted to establish an immortal kingdom for all living beings of the lower worlds. You brought this upon yourself. Feng Cantian, you come from the lower worlds and were already extremely fortunate to be recognized by the divine Firmament Immortal Emperor. However, you didn't know your place and even wanted to wield thunder and exact punishment on behalf of the heavens. How dare you? The heavens want to destroy you and no one can save you. Many perfected immortals advanced and surrounded the Thunder Emperor, berating him one after another. When Su Zimo heard the so-called heinous crimes mentioned by the perfected immortals, his blood surged. What sort of boldness was it to want to wield thunder and exact punishment on behalf of the heavens? The Thunder Emperor was the only one in the world. Chapter 1957, Battling Perfected Immortals. Chapter 1957, Battling Perfected Immortals. Attack! Perfected Immortal Jingyu hollered and an ancient bronze mirror flew out from his wide sleeves. It emitted a hazy and mysterious light that hovered in the air and shone towards the Thunder Emperor. There were 8 faint patterns on the ancient bronze mirror that were different from the essence chi patterns on black and earth-grade dermic treasures. Those patterns seemed to have been struck by lightning and there were a total of 7 burn marks. 7 Tribulation Spirit Treasure? The Thunder Emperor swept his gaze and sneered. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Back in the abyss of the Dragon Abyss Star, many spirit treasures appeared and among them, there were spirit treasures with different tribulations. The God Fiend's soul summoning banner that was devoured by the Hell Suppression Tripod was a grade 9 spirit treasure and was also known as a pure Yang spirit treasure. Kill. The remaining 10 perfected immortal experts attacked one after another and summoned their sentient dermic treasures. Those sentient dermic treasures were different. Some of them were horsetails, some of them were flying swords. Some of them summoned pagodas while others held gigantic bells. Su Zimo focused his gaze and could see the charred marks on the sentient dermic treasures that resembled the ancient bronze mirror. However, there were fewer burn marks on those sentient dermic treasures. There were 4, 5, and 6 of them. According to that logic, there was a high chance that those sentient dermic treasures were 4 and 5 tribulation spirit treasures. Many dermic treasures arrived together with a chilling killing intent, wanting to destroy the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's gaze was like lightning as he moved, wanting to dodge. However, the mysterious light of the ancient bronze mirror enveloped him, causing the Thunder Emperor's movements to suddenly turn extremely slow, as though he had fallen into a swamp. When he saw that, there was no joy on perfected immortal Jing Yu's face. Instead, there was deep fear. Under normal circumstances, the light of his ancient bronze mirror was enough to freeze most perfected immortals on the spot. As for the Thunder Emperor, he was suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years and was injured. And now, he could barely be suppressed by the 7 tribulations spirit treasure even before his Sea of Lightning was formed. If the Thunder Emperor had truly recovered to his peak, it would be unimaginable. Alright. The other perfected immortal experts were invigorated when they saw that. Initially, it was difficult for everyone to hit the Thunder Emperor with their dermic treasures. But now, the Thunder Emperor's movements were restricted and his movement technique was slow. Even if he could avoid one spirit treasure, he could not avoid the other 9. The horsetail whips, flying swords, pagodas and many other spirit treasures descended. The Thunder Emperor tried his best to dodge. However, he was too restricted by the ancient bronze mirror and was still struck by 3 spirit treasures. Piak. The horsetail whip struck the Thunder Emperor heavily on the back and blood flashed. That single attack split the Thunder Emperor's skin and flesh open in an extremely tragic manner. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. However, the old man with the horsetail whip did not get excited when he struck the Thunder Emperor. Instead, he frowned. Although his horsetail whip looked soft, it could definitely snap the other party's tendons and bones if it struck his body. But now, although the Thunder Emperor was injured, it was only a superficial injury and his foundation was not injured. Poof! Another blood beam burst forth. A cold beam streaked across the Thunder Emperor's thigh, leaving an extremely deep wound that was dripping with blood. The cold beam circled and returned to another perfected immortal old man. It was a flying sword. The perfected immortal old man had a grim expression as well. Although his flying sword scratched the Thunder Emperor's flesh, it seemed to have struck metal when it struck the bones. Instead, his flying sword was repelled. The pagoda descended and smashed onto the head of the Thunder Emperor. Bang! The Thunder Emperor staggered and was almost knocked down by the pagoda. However, he shook his head and stood up quickly, straightening his body. Although his head was bleeding from the beating, his aura was getting stronger and his eyes were filled with the wrath of thunder. Pust! The cultivators of Absolute Thunder City were shocked. Even perfected immortal Jing Yu and the other 10 perfected immortal experts were secretly alarmed. That was way too terrifying. How strong was he to take spirit treasures head-on with his body? What was even more frightening was that the Thunder Emperor's strength had yet to recover completely and the lightning above Absolute Thunder City was isolated by the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. If the Thunder Emperor could regain control of thunder, they might not be his match. Perfected immortal Jing Yu had a calm expression. Everyone, attack with your full strength. This person won't be able to cause much trouble in Absolute Thunder City. If he can't absorb the power of thunder, we can exhaust him to death even if we have to. If you can defend against my pagoda, I'll smash you 100 times until I suppress you." The 10 perfected immortal experts attacked once more. Some perfected immortal experts began to condense their true essence, while others even released many divine powers and secret skills with all their might. As for the Thunder Emperor, he was completely disadvantaged against the 7 Tribulation Spirit Treasure and the ancient bronze mirror. Bang! 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 One after another, spirit treasures smashed onto the Thunder Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Emperor was covered in injuries. If this continued, the Thunder Emperor would definitely lose. Su Zimo had a worried expression. Even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do in a battle of this level. He could condense time is like a saber. However, time is like a saber was a greater divine power after all and could not threaten perfected immortals. Before the time saber could even land on the perfected immortals, it would be dispersed by the surrounding true essence. There was only a single key to resolving the situation, the absolute thunder divine pillar. As long as the Thunder Emperor could reconnect with the power of thunder in the world and regain control of it, he would definitely be able to turn defeat into victory and escape. "Young friend, let me borrow your tripod." Just as Su Zimo was pondering, the Thunder Emperor's voice sounded in his mind. The Hell Suppression Tripod was one of his most important treasures. However, at that moment, he did not hesitate at all. He appeared from a corner and threw the bronze square tripod towards the battlefield in midair. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the perfected immortal experts in midair, and no one noticed the black immortal in the corner. The battle in midair continued. Suddenly, a green shadow flew out from the side. Perfected immortal Jingyu swept his gaze and could clearly see that it was a damaged bronze tripod that flew out from nowhere. He did not take it to heart and was still focused on channeling the ancient bronze mirror to suppress the Thunder Emperor. Indeed, a bronze tripod as such was not worthy of the attention of the many perfected immortals present. However, a resplendent light burst forth from the Thunder Emperor's eyes. He channeled his blood chi and struggled to break free from the restraints of the ancient bronze mirror. He took the Hell Suppression Tripod and smashed it without even looking. The pagoda behind him descended and crushed down viciously. Boom! The Hell Suppression Tripod collided with the pagoda with a loud bang. Crack! 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 Immediately after, a jarring sound of a turtle cracking could be heard from midair. Ah! A perfected immortal old man suddenly exclaimed and looked at his pagoda in disbelief. Cracks appeared on the pagoda in a shocking manner and spread rapidly, covering the entire pagoda. How is that possible? The other perfected immortal experts were shocked as well. Chapter 1958, Startling Evil Spear. Chapter 1958, Startling Evil Spear. The pagoda of this perfected immortal expert was a 5 Tribulation Spirit Treasure. Although its grade was not high, it could not be shattered casually. Even perfected immortal Jing Yu's ancient bronze mirror could not shatter his spirit treasure. But now, the battered and unassuming bronze tripod had shattered his pagoda. What was even more frightening was that many perfected immortals could clearly see that there was no light shining from the bronze tripod, nor was there any augmentation of true essence. The reason why the Thunder Emperor could shatter the pagoda was entirely because of his own strength and the toughness of the bronze tripod. It was understandable why the Thunder Emperor was so strong. However, what was the background of this bronze tripod? Just as the perfected immortals were shocked, the Thunder Emperor seized the opportunity and strode towards the center of the city. "Where are you headed to?" An old man opposite him raised his gigantic axe and channeled his blood chi. With a leap, he slashed down towards the Thunder Emperor with a torrential aura. The old man specialized in body tempering to begin with. Even though he was already in his later years, his blood chi was still extremely strong. He raised his gigantic axe and released a surging power. Get lost. The Thunder Emperor did not dodge or avoid and hollered. Without any unnecessary movements, he raised the tripod and smashed it. Clang! The gigantic axe and hell suppression tripod collided and the entire Absolute Thunder City trembled, rendering the world silent. The next moment, the old man cried out in pain. His palm was torn and fresh blood dripped. The gigantic axe in his hands was sent flying by the hell suppression tripod and smashed into the crowd. A few Earth Immortals could not dodge in time and were split into two, dying on the spot. The Thunder Emperor carried the hell suppression tripod and seized the opportunity to charge out of the encirclement. Hurry, stop him. Perfected Immortal Jingyu urged hurriedly and moved with the other 10 perfected Immortals, forming another encirclement towards the Thunder Emperor. However, they had not walked far when they realized that the Thunder Emperor had not escaped at all. The Thunder Emperor came to a stop in the middle of Absolute Thunder City. Humph. A perfected Immortal expert sneered, Feng Cantian, you won't be able to obtain the nourishment of thunder in Absolute Thunder City. Let's see how much longer you can last. Perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others knew what happened in the exchange earlier on. Although the Thunder Emperor managed to break out of their encirclement with the help of the bronze tripod and even shattered a pagoda, his strength was not enough to threaten everyone. Fu. Suddenly, the Thunder Emperor laughed. Ha ha ha. Towards the end of his laughter, the Thunder Emperor's voice became louder and louder, reverberating through the ancient city like divine thunder. Perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others even felt their ears hurt. The Thunder Emperor's gaze swept past perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others before landing on the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. Sima, you probably never expected that I would be able to escape one day. That's why you were fearless enough to seal the Startling Evil Spear with secret runes to create this Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. Startling Evil Spear. Prince Yuanzhua could not help but ask, what Startling Evil Spear? Perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others had grim expressions. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the Thunder Emperor and King Jin were fighting, Prince Yuanzhua was not born yet. Naturally, he did not know that the Startling Evil Spear was the weapon that made the Thunder Emperor famous in the past. The Startling Evil Spear could absorb the thunder of heaven and earth and was the most effective against evil. The moment the Startling Evil Spear appeared, all evil beings in the world would be purged. Indeed, King Jin's Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar was created using an extraterritorial divine stone. However, the Thunder Emperor's weapon, the Startling Evil Spear, was sealed within. The Startling Evil Spear was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure and the weapon spirit within was ferocious and unyielding. Initially, King Jin wanted to destroy it. However, he changed his mind and decided to seal it within the stone pillar. He wanted to make it impossible for the Thunder Emperor and the Startling Evil Spear to make a comeback. That seal lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Apart from severing the power of thunder outside the ancient city, there was another meaning to Absolute Thunder. It meant severing the power of thunder in the Startling Evil Spear. Any power of thunder would be absorbed by the runes on the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. That was the reason why the Thunder Emperor could not destroy the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar earlier on. However, the moment the Thunder Emperor made contact with the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar, he felt a familiar aura. He knew that his old friend who had fought alongside him for many years was in this Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. While the power of thunder could not shake the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar, the Hell Suppression Tripod could. Initially, the Thunder Emperor thought that the bronze tripod was not a rare item as well. However, in the 10 Absolute Formation, when he saw the weapon spirit of the bronze tripod fighting against the execution saber, he gradually recalled the origin of the tripod. This was a great emperor weapon from an ancient era. With that great emperor weapon in hand, even if it was incomplete, it was enough to shatter the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. The Thunder Emperor reached out and caressed the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar gently, murmuring, "Old friend, you've been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. It's time for you to be reborn. Hurry, stop him from attacking." Perfected Immortal Jingyu realized something and his expression changed as he shouted. The other perfected Immortal experts attacked hurriedly. Many spirit treasures, divine powers and secret skills rained down on the Thunder Emperor, as though they wanted to drown him. The Thunder Emperor ignored it and raised his arm, swinging the Hell Suppression Tripod. He channeled all his strength and smashed it towards the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. Boom! The Hell Suppression Tripod smashed onto the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar while many spirit treasures, divine powers and secret skills smashed onto the Thunder Emperor. Two loud bangs sounded at almost the same time. A gigantic pit appeared beside the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. The Thunder Emperor sprawled inside quietly and motionlessly, his fate unknown. Is he dead? Perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others exchanged glances, feeling uneasy. Under normal circumstances, the combined power of 11 perfected Immortals was enough to kill any perfected Immortal. However, that was the Thunder Emperor. He was once the supreme perfected Immortal. Even after being suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years, he was still a peerless expert with boundless pride after escaping. Would that person die just like that? Nobody knew. Just as everyone was pondering, a strange sound came from the center of the ancient city, as though something had cracked. The gazes of perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others shifted slowly and landed on the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. Everyone's pupils constricted gradually. Their eyesight was shocking and they could naturally see that thin cracks had already appeared on the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. The cracks were gradually expanding and spreading. It's shattered. A perfected Immortal expert murmured softly, as though he had lost his soul. The Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar was shattered. The shattering of the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar meant that no one and no power could stop the power of thunder from descending upon the ancient city. Many perfected Immortals had ugly expressions. The initially dispersed dark clouds above Absolute Thunder City gathered once more and rumbled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, emitting a terrifying might that caused one's heart to tremble, as though a calamity could descend at any moment. "Your Highness, run!" Perfected Immortal Jingyu sent a voice transmission hurriedly. Without waiting for Perfected Immortal Jingyu's reminder, Prince Yuanzhua had already realized that something was amiss and retreated silently. In the chaos, Tang Zi noticed this and followed expressionlessly. Chapter 1959, 9 Firmament Instant Thunder. Chapter 1959, 9 Firmament Instant Thunder. Suddenly, the figure in the pit moved gently. That slight movement caused the hearts of perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others to skip a beat. The Thunder Emperor was not dead. Crack! 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 The cracks on the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar intensified. A blinding light gradually seeped out from the cracks with a terrifying aura. Even if they did not know what was sealed in the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar, one could guess that something terrifying was about to be born when they saw that. Not good. Perfected Immortal Jingyu's heart sank. The supreme ferocious weapon of the past was about to be born. Boom! Right then, the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar exploded and incomparably blinding lightning burst forth, as though it wanted to tear the void into pieces. A spear surrounded by blue lightning rose slowly into the air. The spear quivered and buzzed excitedly with a torrential battle intent. The entire Absolute Thunder City trembled under the envelopment of the spear. Boom! 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 Wind and clouds gathered and lightning flashed in the firmaments. A gigantic dark cloud vortex appeared once more and even extended 500 kilometers, covering the entire skies. The birth of the startling evil spear triggered the divine thunder in the firmaments. Countless thunderbolts rained down and almost formed a sea of lightning in the middle of Absolute Thunder City. The Thunder Emperor's figure floated up slowly from the pit and his body was bathed in lightning. The injuries on his body were healing at a visible speed. Old friend. The Thunder Emperor stood in the sea of lightning and the startling evil spear transformed into a streak of lightning, returning to his palm. The startling evil spear trembled endlessly and the light of thunder intensified as well. The Thunder Emperor reared his head and devoured the descending thunderbolts in huge mouthfuls. In his consciousness, the embryonic form of the Sea of Lightning was gradually formed. There was no one or anything in Absolute Thunder City that could stop him from wielding thunder. The Thunder Emperor's aura rose continuously as though there was no end to it. Attack! Perfected Immortal Jingyu roared. The longer the Thunder Emperor absorbed and refined the thunderbolts, the stronger he would become. Even perfected Immortal Jingyu did not dare to imagine what level the Thunder Emperor would reach if this continued. 11 perfected Immortals attacked at the same time. Spirit treasures, divine powers and secret skills descended once more and surged over. 9 Firmament instant thunder. The Thunder Emperor's gaze intensified as he gripped his weapon and channeled a dermic art. Lightning surged in his palm and burst forth. Boom! An incomparably blinding light burst forth from the startling evil spear and was even more dazzling than the blazing sun. It spread and enveloped the entire Absolute Thunder City. At that moment, all the cultivators in Absolute Thunder City lost their sight. Even perfected Immortal Jingyu and the other 10 perfected Immortal experts exclaimed. Their vision turned white and they could not see anything as tears streamed down their faces. Su Zimo closed his eyes hurriedly. The 9 Firmament Instant Thunder was a secret skill of the Void Thunder Manual and was extremely powerful. Once released, if one could not dodge in time, they might not be able to defend even if they released their visual techniques. Cultivators with insufficient cultivation would go blind. Young friend, thank you for your tripod. Right then, the voice of the Thunder Emperor sounded in his mind. Immediately after, something appeared in Su Zimo's consciousness, the Hell Suppression Tripod. With a thought, Su Zimo understood the Thunder Emperor's intentions. The Thunder Emperor did not merely use the 9 Firmament Instant Thunder as an attack. More than that, he wanted to make use of this secret skill to blind the cultivators of Absolute Thunder City momentarily and seize the opportunity to return the Hell Suppression Tripod to him. This tripod has a powerful background. Now that it's exposed, you have to use it carefully in the future lest you attract strong foes. The Thunder Emperor paused for a moment and reminded again, seemingly worried. In that short period of time, perfected Immortal Jingyu and the other 10 perfected Immortal experts regained their vision. Although perfected Immortal Jingyu's eyes were filled with tears, he burst into laughter. Feng Cantian, you've been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. In the end, your strength hasn't recovered to its peak. Back at the 9 Firmament Immortal meet, you were still at your peak. When this 9 Firmament Instant Thunder was released, it blinded a perfected Immortal. Now, that's all there is to it. The Thunder Emperor sneered and looked down at the 11 perfected Immortal experts present with the startling evil spear in his hands, saying proudly, so what if I haven't recovered to my peak? You think that you can suppress me with just a bunch of useless old and sick people? How arrogant! Brazen! A few perfected Immortals were enraged and hollered at the Thunder Emperor. Even though they were already in their later years, they were still perfected Immortals and would be respected no matter where they went. But now, they had become the useless old and sick people that the Thunder Emperor was referring to. Feng Cantian. Perfected Immortal Jingyu had a calm expression and said in a deep voice, you won't get to be arrogant for long. The execution saber has long flown away. King Tianhuang will definitely come if he senses it. Another perfected Immortal said, King Jin will sense the shattering of the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar as well. At that time, you'll be in an impenetrable trap. So what if you recover to your peak? The divine firmament of today is no longer the divine firmament of the past. Who do you think you are, Feng Cantian? You won't be able to escape from the great Jin immortal kingdom, let alone the divine firmament immortal domain. Many perfected immortals surrounded the Thunder Emperor once more. Right now, perfected immortal Jing Yu and the other 10 perfected immortal experts no longer intended to suppress the Thunder Emperor. Everyone was only prepared to hold the Thunder Emperor back. Once King Tianhuang arrived, the Thunder Emperor would naturally not be able to escape. Su Zimo frowned slightly. It was clear that perfected immortal Jing Yu and the others wanted to anger the Thunder Emperor so that he would stay here and fight them while they awaited reinforcements. In midair, the Thunder Emperor raised his head slightly and lightning surged in his eyes. He looked down at the surroundings and burst into laughter. Good, good, good. Even a bunch of nobodies are trying to threaten me. You guys are just trying to anger me and delay me in Absolute Thunder City. Perfected immortal Jing Yu and the others were expressionless even after being exposed by the Thunder Emperor and merely sneered. Initially, I had no intention of paying attention to you guys and wanted to leave right away. The Thunder Emperor looked at the startling evil spear in his hands and suddenly gripped it tightly, nodding. Alright, since that's the case, we'll do as you wish. It's not too late to leave after killing all of you. That was the boldness of the Thunder Emperor. Although it was logical to leave right away, it was not as satisfying as killing everyone before him. The Thunder Emperor's startling evil spear paused heavily in midair and the entire Absolute Thunder City shook violently. The city walls were filled with cracks and showed signs of collapse. Many ancient structures began to crumble and dust billowed. Absolute Thunder City fell into chaos and wails could be heard everywhere. Many cultivators fled in all directions, wanting to escape from Absolute Thunder City and the battlefield. Mixed in the crowd, Su Zimo retreated while looking back at the battlefield in midair. The Thunder Emperor had already begun fighting against the 11 perfected immortal experts. Even surrounded by 11 perfected immortals, the Thunder Emperor's figure was still the most dazzling. The Thunder Emperor was bathed in lightning and wielded the startling evil spear. Everywhere the spear pointed, lightning surged and everyone had to avoid its sharpness. Chapter 1960, Massacre. Chapter 1960, Massacre. Buzz. 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 In the hands of the Thunder Emperor, the startling evil spear trembled continuously and shone with a terrifying aura. Su Zimo focused his gaze. There were a total of 9 scorch marks on the startling evil spear. 9 tribulations pure yang. Shatter. The Thunder Emperor wielded the startling evil spear and hollered, thrusting his spear towards an incoming ancient bell. Although there were no unnecessary movements, there was a hint of fusion with nature. Dong! The startling evil spear struck the ancient bell and a distant sound echoed. The next moment, the ancient bell shattered. After a slight pause, the startling evil spear pierced through the ancient bell and turned into a streak of lightning, entering the chest of the perfected immortal behind the ancient bell. Boom! The perfected immortal old man's eyes were widened and he could not react in time. A gigantic hole of blood appeared on his chest from the startling evil spear and the wound was charred black. The berserk power of thunder surged into the perfected immortal old man's body and destroyed his life force in a short period of time. Even the essence spirit of the perfected immortal expert could not escape. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness was occupied by lightning and his essence spirit was destroyed, buried within. A single spear thrust killed a perfected immortal. That was the Thunder Emperor. That was the pure yang spirit treasure, the startling evil spear. Everyone shuddered. However, at that moment, everyone had no way out and could only grit their teeth and attack with all their might, not daring to hold back at all. Perfected immortal Jingyu bit his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the ancient bronze mirror, shouting, "Blood transformation mirror light." Swoosh! A blood-colored light burst forth from the ancient bronze mirror and enveloped the Thunder Emperor with a hint of evil. The blood light consumed the essence blood of perfected immortal Jingyu and was extremely powerful. Even perfected immortals of the same cultivation realm would not be able to withstand it for long before turning into blood. Humph, you overestimate yourself. The Thunder Emperor sneered and pointed his startling evil spear at the ancient bronze mirror through the void. A thunderbolt surged out and followed the descending blood light, colliding against the ancient bronze mirror instantly. Crack! Cracks appeared on the ancient bronze mirror and it was knocked over by the thunderbolt. Perfected immortal Jingyu's expression dimmed and he spat out a mouthful of blood from the blow as well. The startling evil spear contained the most ferocious power of thunder and was the most effective against evil secret skills. The blood light released by the ancient bronze mirror was countered by the startling evil spear. At the same time, the remaining 9 perfected immortal experts swarmed forward. 3 heads 6 arms. The Thunder Emperor hollered and released a supreme divine power. Another 2 heads and 4 arms grew as he fought against the 10 perfected immortals. Clang! 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 Boom! 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 In midair, divine powers and secret skills collided continuously. Sparks flew in the fight between the spirit treasures. At that moment, the might of the pure Yang spirit treasure was revealed. Almost none of the spirit treasures summoned by perfected immortal Jingyu and the others could defend against the power of the startling evil spear and more than half of them were crippled on the spot. Initially, perfected immortal Jingyu and the others could match the Thunder Emperor even when they joined forces. However, as time passed by, the Thunder Emperor bathed in lightning and devoured heaven and earth essence chi as he fought. Not only did the power in his body not weaken, it became stronger instead. Bang! A perfected immortal old man could not dodge in time and was struck by the Thunder Emperor's punch. His entire body exploded on the spot and turned into ashes in the lightning. The Thunder Emperor wielded the startling evil spear with both hands and fought against many spirit treasures. His 4 empty palms conjured different dermic seals. Although it seemed simple, every single dermic seal contained some sort of supreme Tao and deduced the power of thunder to its limits. Su Zimo's eyes widened as he watched the Thunder Emperor's every move. Outsiders watching this battle might only be amazed at the power of the Thunder Emperor. As for Su Zimo, he obtained the true inheritance of the Thunder Emperor and his comprehension of the Void Thunder Manual deepened as he watched the battle. Many of the questions that he had at that time were cleared up at that moment. A realization flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Although the Thunder Emperor was fighting against the perfected immortal experts, he was also demonstrating the inheritance of the Thunder technique to Su Zimo intentionally. Perfected immortal Jingyu and the others had expended a lot of energy after the battle. Apart from him, the others were already in their later years to begin with. Now that they had experienced such a huge battle, they felt exhausted. However, the power of the Thunder Emperor was getting stronger and stronger. Die! The lightning in the Thunder Emperor's eyes had already reached their limits and suddenly burst forth, landing on a perfected immortal old man. Boom! The perfected immortal old man hurriedly blocked with his sword. However, his sword could not defend against the thunderbolt at all. The perfected immortal expert was torn apart by the Thunder Emperor's visual technique and died. Ha ha ha! The Thunder Emperor reared his head in laughter. You guys must have death wishes. You're only at the level of condensing true essence and can't even defend against a single gaze of mine. Poof! At the same time, the momentum of the Thunder Emperor's spear suddenly changed. From firm and ferocious, it became soft as water and broke through the defense of a perfected immortal, sending him flying. That change was truly shocking and this person could not defend against it at all. The power of thunder surged into his consciousness instantly after he was struck by the startling evil spear and destroyed his essence spirit. At the same time, the Thunder Emperor conjured hand seals with both hands and a gigantic lightning cage descended, enveloping another perfected immortal expert. The Thunder Emperor's hands suddenly closed. The lightning cage closed rapidly as well, and the perfected immortal expert inside had nowhere to run. The moment his essence spirit flew out, it was electrocuted to death. Including perfected immortal Jingyu, there were originally 11 perfected immortal experts. But now, in less than 10 breaths, there were only 6 left on the battlefield. The Thunder Emperor with 3 heads and 6 arms had a torrential aura and had the complete advantage with his startling evil spear. Thunder Palm. The Thunder Emperor hollered and extended his palm, slapping 2 perfected immortal experts through the void. Raging lightning surged along the Thunder Emperor's palm and gathered in midair, forming a gigantic thunder palm. The gigantic thunder palm covered the skies and descended. The 2 perfected immortals could not dodge at all and could only summon their spirit treasures and release all their divine powers and secret skills to defend. However, none of those spirit treasures, divine powers or secret skills could stop the descent of the thunder palm. Bang! The thunder palm descended and the world shook. Initially, Absolute Thunder City was already on the verge of collapse. At that moment, it crumbled completely. There were only 3 perfected immortals left. All 3 of them felt deep regret. Why did they have to anger that person? This was Feng Cantian, the supreme perfected immortal who fought against King Jin back then and swept through the 9 firmament. So what if he was released? Now that the divine firmament immortal domain had changed, even if he could escape, it would be difficult for him to survive in divine firmament mainland. At that thought, the 2 perfected immortal old men split into 2 directions and turned to flee. Humph! The Thunder Emperor sneered and chased after one of them in a flash. At the same time, he threw the startling evil spear in reverse and it flashed like lightning, piercing the other perfected immortal old man instantly. The Thunder Emperor killed another person. Chapter 1961, Departure. Chapter 1961, Departure. The perfected immortal who escaped did not manage to run far when he felt the crackling of thunder behind him. It arrived instantly at a shocking speed. No matter how fast the old man was, he could not match the speed of the Thunder Emperor. Feng Cantian. When the perfected immortal old man saw that he could not escape, he stopped in his tracks and shouted with a tragic expression, "You've gone too far." "I went too far." The Thunder Emperor sneered, "Compared to your methods, it's already benevolent of me to kill you." King Tianhuang imprisoned the Thunder Emperor in a dungeon beneath Absolute Thunder City for hundreds of thousands of years. Furthermore, he locked the ladder with chains and nailed the ladder to a stone pillar with his saber. The amount of physical, mental and psychological torture was unimaginable. Death was nothing compared to that. Feng Cantian, "I'll fight you to the death." The perfected immortal old man's eyes widened and a resplendent glow burst forth from his glabella as a shuddering aura spread. "You want to self-destruct your Tao fruit?" The Thunder Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. The power of a Tao fruit's self-destruction was unparalleled. However, if the Tao fruit self-destructed, one might not even have the chance to reincarnate. Therefore, generally speaking, perfected immortal experts who had cultivated to a certain realm would not choose this path. But now, the perfected immortal old man had already fallen into madness and was completely disregarding everything in order to fight the Thunder Emperor. "You won't even have the chance to self-destruct in front of me." The Thunder Emperor harumphed coldly and suddenly opened his mouth, releasing a deafening thunderclap. Poof! The sound of thunder pierced the perfected immortal old man's eardrums. 2 streams of blood spewed from his ears. The sound of thunder was like a gigantic spear that pierced through his ears and head. The perfected immortal old man felt his mind go blank and his body shuddered. His Tao fruit was already shattered. However, it was severely injured by the Thunder Emperor's Sound Domain's secret skill and he froze on the spot with a dazed gaze. The Thunder Emperor advanced and stabbed him to death casually. The battle did not last long and of the 11 perfected immortal experts, only perfected immortal Jing Yu was left. The cultivators that escaped from the city turned back. The Thunder Emperor stood on the ruins of Absolute Thunder City with the corpses of 10 perfected immortals beneath his feet. Wielding the startling evil spear, he stood proudly with a peerless bearing. This city had suppressed and imprisoned the Thunder Emperor for hundreds of thousands of years. But now that the Thunder Emperor had escaped, he overturned Absolute Thunder City and trampled it beneath his feet. Perfected immortal Jing Yu stood on the ruins as well and did not choose to escape. He knew that given the Thunder Emperor's capabilities, there was no way he could escape even if he wanted to. Suddenly, the Thunder Emperor clutched his chest and coughed heavily. His body convulsed violently and his face was pale, as though something had happened to his body. Perfected immortal Jing Yu's gaze shifted. The clothes on the Thunder Emperor's chest were stained red and it was extremely striking. Perfected immortal Jing Yu clearly remembered that they did not manage to hit the Thunder Emperor's chest when they surrounded him earlier on. Furthermore, even if they had injured the Thunder Emperor previously, the latter had already recovered after obtaining the startling evil spear to connect with the power of thunder in the world. That smear of blood. Perfected immortal Jing Yu's heart skipped a beat and he quickly understood the reason. The execution saber. The wound on the Thunder Emperor's chest should have been left behind by the execution saber. The execution saber was King Tianhuang's Grotto Heaven Spirit treasure and the Thunder Emperor was pinned to the stone pillar for hundreds of thousands of years. Even with the Thunder Emperor's capabilities, it was difficult to heal from those injuries. The Thunder Emperor broke free and suppressed the wound the entire time. However, the battle earlier on triggered the wound and caused it to relapse, causing blood to seep out. In that short period of time, the Thunder Emperor's robes were already stained with blood. It was clear how serious his injuries were. When Su Zimo saw that, he was worried for the Thunder Emperor as well. Perfected immortal Jing Yu was not far away. His gaze flickered and his expression changed, as though he wanted to attack but was wary of something. After a long silence, perfected immortal Jing Yu moved. He did not attack the Thunder Emperor. Instead, he retreated and distanced himself from the latter. He did not know if the Thunder Emperor's current appearance was a disguise. More than that, he did not know how much the wound on the Thunder Emperor's chest affected him. He did not dare to take the risk. Even though the Thunder Emperor before him seemed extremely weak, he did not dare to advance and seize the opportunity to escape. Fufufu. When he saw that, the Thunder Emperor laughed with a mocking expression. How can a cowardly rat be a county governor? Perfected immortal Jing Yu remained silent and watched the Thunder Emperor's every move warily. Forget it, I'll spare your life today. The Thunder Emperor said indifferently, go back and tell Tianhuang that I, Feng Cantian, have returned. Get them to prepare their necks for my personal visit. With that said, lightning flashed on the Thunder Emperor's body as he carried his startling evil spear and sped into the distance. Perfected immortal Jing Yu had a conflicted expression as he clenched and unclenched his fists a few times. In the end, he did not chase in pursuit. Su Zimo noticed that and shook his head. Perfected immortal Jing Yu had lost the final chance to retain the Thunder Emperor. Given the Thunder Emperor's character, he was extremely heroic and would not bother to fake serious injuries just to lure perfected immortal Jing Yu out. Finally, the Thunder Emperor left directly. This also meant that the injuries on the Thunder Emperor's chest were extremely serious and it was even difficult for him to kill perfected immortal Jing Yu. That was also the reason why the Thunder Emperor chose to leave. However, perfected immortal Jing Yu was shocked by the Thunder Emperor's aura and methods. He did not dare to attack even as he saw the Thunder Emperor's figure gradually disappear. At that moment, Su Zimo finally understood. It was something that the Thunder Emperor had said to him in the 10 Absolute Hell. Absolute Thunder City will be in chaos soon and I won't be able to take care of you. Be careful and leave in the chaos. The Thunder Emperor must have expected this battle in Absolute Thunder City. He knew his body's condition as well. If he brought Su Zimo along, there was a high chance that neither of them would be able to escape. At that time, Su Zimo would also become the target of everyone and be hunted down by the factions of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. But now, the Thunder Emperor wanted to help Su Zimo hide. Furthermore, Su Zimo had been extremely cautious in the 10 Absolute Hell and no one knew who helped the Thunder Emperor escape. After the Thunder Emperor escaped, Su Zimo successfully hid himself and escaped from the 10 Absolute Hell. However, the Thunder Emperor's injuries. Su Zimo sighed internally. The battle affected the Thunder Emperor's old injuries. At that time, the Thunder Emperor might have to face the pursuit of the Immortal Kings and it was unknown if he could truly escape danger. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was right about one thing. The current Divine Firmament was no longer the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although the Thunder Emperor escaped from the 10 Absolute Hell, he won't be able to advance a single step in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and every single step forward would be treacherous. It was almost foreseeable that a violent commotion might break out in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom or even the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Su Zimo was prepared to leave this place and find a quiet and secluded place to cultivate the Void Thunder Manual in seclusion for a period of time to avoid this storm. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.